Chris is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at that Bron James. The black card, got big lips and black bras. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right in jar lives with jewelers and girls. It's Axe 9 to 5 to the world. Yo, my mental vision, setting up intuition. And you really don't have nothing if you intuition. I work with light just to give birth to life. I was born in all forms in the perfect night. The black god, got big lips and black bras. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the start. I am the ruler, just like the lion that drew my third eye. Which feels like an iron computer that's dark matter. And deep thought making your heart shatter. I sleepwalk, talking with smart chatter. So I don't need you to ride or die with me. I got ancestors that lie from the other side. And we need my life. After death, we got noses on our eyes. Cause the lights makes us flesh. I knew copy. Look like I knew not eat like God. I got big lips and black bras. My check bitches whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at that Bron James. The black card, got big lips and black bras. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right in jar lives with jewelers and girls. It's Axe 9 to 5 to the world. Yo, the black card, got big lips and black bras. In the projects, Trish is whipping that black card. My rhymes the same, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at that Bron James, that nigga's a black card. And you wonder why we spit lead. Just the old raps, niggas got big heads. Like old men say that I'm right. It's more than vain. This is the age of enlightenment. Read the wars in Spain. Now that your honor, I pray to a black vagina. Even the Pope pray to the black Madonna. In the sun, I shine as bright as I be. I'm the greatest of all time, like Muhammad Ali. When I die, baptized in the fire. Only fly like black skies are higher. Prior to John, my lives with jewelers and girls. It's Axe 9 to 5 rule the world, rubies and pearls. The black card, got big lips and black bra. In the projects, Trish is whipping that black hard. I'm just saying, my skills is whipping that crack hard. Look at that Bron James. The black guard, got big lips and black bra. As soon as I leave Earth, it's back to the stars. Right in jar lives with jewelers and girls. It's Axe 9 to 5 rule the world. Yo, the black guard, infinite to infinite stars. It's infinite light. My life's got an infinite charge. The instruments are implemented, give strength in your heart. The temple within, the imprint mimic the art. Into the dark, the dragon spark the phantom from a higher consciousness. I talk with atoms, I live in the land, and I live in the stars, original man. I am the image of God, call me type, I'm common. I cut diamonds, so as long as I live, nothing can stop shining. You gon' need to be in the biz and drive me crazy. Live on CNN, hearing cries from Haiti. You know the people down there trying to hide them babies. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. Black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. The black guards, surrounded in light, attract stars. I told you, all of my friends, I told you all, that I was the biggest of all time. All of you, I know you get it. I know you get it. But the man that you're looking for, how good I am. I told you, I'm the real champion. I told you, I'm the champion. Wow, let me go. Wow, my critics, wow, all of you. Is Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Skokie, you know me, the homie is Kochi. Coming to restore the crown of the home and Tonto, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Skokie, you know me, the homie is Kochi. Coming to restore the crown of the home. Shop, an entire city block, big Buffalo, people come back to that shop. I'm about it pop, hip hop, the reverse for raw. Indigenous rock with the native chant, Christ war dance, hands at a glance. Any book who plans, shut the war dance, war dance. The Moorish code of all these 14th Amendment rappers throwing the towel, swear prophets and drop. The ancestors selling their souls. Raise my glass, make a toast, aboriginal toast. That's on time. My wounded knee bandaged up. What's up? Inside of Moscow. We taking it back from the tomb of the bones when we coming in the rooms and it's still like Cormac, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Skokie. You know me, the homie is Kochi. Coming to restore the crown of the Cormac, Montauk, Shinnecock, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Washita, Blackfoot, Abenaki, Seminole, Skokie. You know me, the homie is Kochi. Coming to restore the crown of the home. The heavens let the sunshine in. Let you get tears and empress. About to begin. Giving love to all the ancestors that's tuning in. You come to the big kids with some offering.
All right, let's get into this, man. Peace, peace, peace. You're now rocking to the sound of Hanu Kiel, aka Tonscience One, aka A1. Peace to all the Aboriginals, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoining islands. And peace to all the gods and the goddesses. Once again, we're going back down this rabbit hole, exposing the pseudoscience of DNA. And the only leg that Pan Africans have to stand on at this point. So, once again, we're going to be kind of going through a couple videos. We're going to add some literature. And also, it was a bill that was on Sinetta last night, dealing with the Lost Confederate. I'm familiar with them brothers, but I really haven't checked out a lot of their material. So, we're going to be going through. We're gonna be taking a little look at what they had going on over there on Sinetta last night. So once again, hit that like button, share the video out, and donations. You already know where to find the site to send donations if that's what you choose to do. If not, just hit the like button, share the video out, and just be attentive and learn whatever you can learn at this point in time, because all of this stuff is an argument, man, because even when you present that you are Aboriginal, you get certain historical terms put on you, like Native American, and like they think that we're trying to be them when we are the original. Okay, we are the original. These people was not in the areas where our families was at. And like I said, I'll just say this, right? In culture freedom, and like I said, I had a lot of delays when it came to doing culture freedom, but right now I'm focused on it. I'm not almost finished the book because there's going to be a book along with the documentary. So I got, I have some ways to go, but I'll be finished with the book in probably another month and a half, as well as the documentary. I just have to go to the locations where I'm interviewing some of the people that's going to be in culture freedom, and that been the holdup. If I could have did it on Zoom, I could actually do it on Zoom or StreamYard and interview them, but I don't want to do it like that. I want it to be more organic to interview them in the room. You know what I'm saying? And I got some T-shirts and some hoodies and some other culture freedom items or merch that I will be giving the participants and everyone that's in or that will be part of culture freedom. So with that being said, man, peace to everybody in the chat room. Once again, hit that like button, share the video out, and if you like to donate, you already know where to go. But other than that, donations is not mandatory. But what is mandatory is this motherfucking heavyweight build that I'm about to put together. So peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, and let's get with it. We're gonna show a couple videos, and please let me know whether or not my sound go out because AP is not with me. So if I do not have no sound, someone please let me know. And I'm gonna be looking in the StreamYard chat room from time to time while the video is playing. All right. So these are two short videos. We're going to go through this and we're going to go back through some of the literature that was presented yesterday. So with that being said, man, let's get with this. All right. The top of the morning to the brothers and sisters, or grand rising, as I like to say. So let's get into this.
A lot of information on those. Very few people who think they have Native American ancestry actually do, particularly when it's a great great grandmother, right? If you're immediately in a tribe, of course, but you don't need a DNA test for those. Ethnicity is really interesting, but it's also highly variable, and it's one of the things that's based on statistical analysis. And I think I do want to talk about this a bit because a lot of the DNA tests are based on statistical analysis. It's not a direct test. Like the BRCA is a good example. If you get the full test from Myriad Genetics through your doctor, that is pretty certain. But if you just get the what's called a SNP test from 23andMe, that's much more questionable. Similarly, with the ethnicity testing, you will get an analysis back from the company, whether it's Ancestry, 23andMe, MyHeritage, FTDNA. These are the main companies that do this work. They will give you an estimate of your ethnic background. And it could be, in my case, for example, I always thought it was Irish and Scottish, right? I mean, that's, so many of us are. Well, when I found out that I have a bit of French in there, that's kind of cool, right? That's interesting. But is that real? And that's where we're not really sure, particularly with those non-European ancestries. At the moment, virtually all of the databases are dominated by people of European ancestry, right? People in the US, Canada, Europe, they're the primary contributors. So the database has a lot of information on those people, those ancestries that date back to Europe. But when we start looking at people with African ancestry, Asian ancestry, and so on, the data is not quite as reliable because the numbers just aren't there. And there's a lot of intermixing, intermarriages that blend the DNA from these different groups. And crucially, what's most important is that what divides an Irish descendant from an African person is such a tiny fraction of our genome. I mean, all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So we're looking at one base in 1,000.
All right, you guys, y'all heard that, right? Do I need to play that back again? Let's play it back again. Listen to what he said, what A1 been saying.
At one base in 1,000 identical in their DNA. Humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. All humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. All humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. All humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So we're looking at one base.
Just in case if the people who come trolling talking about DNA, if you didn't hear it the first time, if you didn't hear that the first time, I've been saying all human beings are 99.9% compatible or share the same DNA physical compositions, right? Now that 0.0.1% does not pick up historical land sites or historical places where your ancestors once dwelled, because they don't have DNA from your ancestors to run it with you. All right, but we're gonna get into this, man. And like I said, man, hit that like button, man. Share the video out, man. And like I said, if you like to donate, you already know what time it is, man. So we're gonna be doing this. This is how it's gonna be done. Since people, they want the experts to talk on it. They don't think we're experts. They don't think we have common sense. They don't think we have critical thinking. Okay, so we're gonna show and prove once again. Grand rising to the brothers and sisters, man, to the Aborigines, North, South, Central, as well as the conjoining islands. And one thing, right, before I get back into it, right, understand why we use the terminology Aboriginal. That means first from time of existence. Native Americans, the Mongols, or whatnot. If I don't even, they're okay, according to what I've been saying, that they ain't even the Mongols. We don't know what they are. You understand? We only know what they are according to the classifications that the European has put out there, right? So let's continue. I'm gonna mute my.
Marriages that blend the DNA from these different groups, ancestry and so on, the data is not quite as reliable because the numbers just. So the database has a lot of information on those people, those ancestries that date back to Europe. But when we start looking at people with African ancestry, Asian ancestry, and so on, the data is not quite as reliable because the numbers just aren't there. And there's a lot of intermixing, intermarriages that blend the DNA from these different groups. And crucially, what's most important is that what divides an Irish descendant from an African person is such a tiny fraction of our genome. I mean, all humans are 99.9% identical. Tiny fraction of our genome. I mean, all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA. Tiny fraction of our genome. I mean, all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So we're looking at one base in 1,000 potential difference between the two most diverse people on the planet. So we have to parse out that and then try to make an interpretation based on statistical frequencies. How often does this particular 1 in 1,000 base occur in these populations in Ireland as opposed to the Gold Coast? And there is no DNA that is unique to any ethnicity. So there's no marker that we can look at and say, okay, this person carries this particular DNA sequence, therefore they must be Irish and nothing else. Everybody overlaps all around the world. So it comes down to a statistical analysis. And so people are sometimes disappointed when they see their ethnic breakdown and they say, hey, I'm 2% Asian. Where did that come from? Well, that could just be an anomaly in the statistical analysis. Or perhaps you do have some Asian way back when.
Now that was a very interesting perspective, which the gig has been up for a long time. But once again, I'm going to keep reiterating the fact that DNA is pseudo fucking science. Well, at least ancestry or mitochondria DNA or Y chromosome DNA. Once again, man. Once again, and you got idiots that will come here and argue this shit down when we hearing experts. We're hearing people in the field of research, field of biology, tell us that DNA is not absolute. So if it's not absolute, stop referring to it as if it is absolute, if it is absolute. Okay, we gonna hear another sister right here, man. Peace to guys, peace to goddesses, grand rising, man. Peace to Hawk School up in the building, man. You know what? Let me shout some of y'all. I don't normally do that, man, because I be in the bag. But shout out to fishing with Camo Joe. Peace to God, man. Peace to Dre. Peace to Never Hungry again, man. I've been saying Never Hungry around for a long time. Peace to God, man. Peace to Chief Serpentine, the Snake God. Peace to God. Peace to Chuck Johnson. Peace to God. Peace to my brother, son, baby. Peace to the God. Peace to Wilmore Reed. Peace. Peace to B. Amos. Peace to the God. Peace to the goddess Stephanie Burke. Peace to the goddess. Peace to the God Sagittarius Jones. I'm a Sag too, my brother. Peace to the God. Peace to Empress Freedom Feather. Peace to the goddess. You understand? Peace. Peace to my brother Robert Smotherman. Peace to God. Did I mention you? I mentioned you already, Wilmore Reed. Peace to God. Peace to my brother Darius Matthew. Peace to Bronze Flat Power God. Peace to the God, man. Peace to Kusa. That's what the brother we was on the panel with, man. Peace to the elder, man, and peace to the elder God, man. Peace to Chuck Johnson, peace to God, peace to More Smoke News, Islam, peace to R.L. Smith, peace to the God, peace to my brother Akeem T, peace to the God, peace to India Goddess, peace to the Goddess, peace to my brother, the Atlantean Anunnaki, God of the Amaru, my brother Hawk School. Peace to the God. Okay, let's continue with this shit, man. And peace to the goddess, sweet love. Peace to the goddess. We have another, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Kwa. If I'm saying it right, I'm not trying to butcher your name. But I assume that's a goddess. If I'm wrong, peace to the God. We got Aboriginal Rising. Peace to the God. We got my brother Khalil Finch. Peace to the God. We got Aboriginal Think Tank. Peace to the God. I think I got you, R.L. Smith, but if not, peace to the God. We got Kodaya Peace to the God. Let's get back into this, man. Peace to the gods and the goddesses, my dude. Let's get back. We're going to hear another video real quick. So where was we at? It's from an actual expert. Okay, from an actual expert from the from the from the Oxford University. Okay, he's an actual expert. Okay, let me see something. See, all right, it's this one right here. All right, so this brother, his name was Alan McHugan, if you want to pronounce it McHuggin or McHug, the name that we just video. So let's go to the other video real quick. They'll explain to the bottom of this shit.
Take our lead, let's help you make your mark. Our goal is your satisfaction. Let us show you the way.
Ancestry DNA tests are only as accurate as the company you choose to test with, because each company uses their own reference populations. So really research the testing companies before making a choice. The 28th of February 2020.
Let's help you make your mark.
But because of how DNA is passed on, it is possible for two siblings to have some big differences in their ancestry at the DNA level. So yes, it is definitely possible for two siblings to get pretty different ancestry results from a DNA test, even when they share the same parents. 1 September 2015.
Make your mark, take our lead.
However, because all populations are genetically diverse, and because there is a complex relation between ancestry, genetic makeup and phenotype, and because racial categories are based on subjective evaluations of the traits, there is no one gene by itself that can be used to determine a person's race.
All right, so according to them, there's no gene or no gene that can tell a person race, right? So if there's no gene that can tell a person race, it can't tell you whether or not you African, Asian, you from China or wherever on the goddamn planet. Okay? And these, like I said, man, you Pan Africans, the gig is up, man. And the gig been up, man. And I don't really do much videos no more, really. We confront these people in first person or mano a mano, right? We normally confront these people like this, but I definitely didn't like the disrespect that my sister Betty and also them jokers that was talking about it, talking real greasy and real disrespectful. And like I said, if anyone you know them individuals, tell them come check us out. You know what I'm saying? I know Top Cat have conversations with them, but I would love to. I'm not saying the Joker come on AP panel a couple times, but he was really trolling. A lot of these niggas is really trolls who think they're Pan African. But according to what we just heard say, however, because all populations are genetically diverse, and because there is a complex relationship between ancestry, genetic makeup, and phenotype, and because racial categories are based on subjective evaluations of the trait, there is no one gene by itself that can be used to determine a person's race. Do we need to read that again? Do we need to read that again? If it can't tell you your fucking race, then that means it can't even connect you to a group of people. I mean, I'm assuming that's what it means because they're saying that all the expert just said. All human beings are 99.9.9.9.9.9% compatible and share the same genetic DNA. So how's they testing people? And like I said, all of this shit pseudo. And all of it's done for entertainment and educational purposes, man. And the educational purpose is pseudo education and misleading people thinking that they're educated on something that they haven't even studied. You spit in the tube, you send it off, you create a login, you log into their database, they send you updates every now and then. This is what they're doing. Not one point of time are you checking and say, well, wait a minute, man. I know these people then did all type of genetic experiments to us. We already seen sterilization, radiation, um Planned Parenthood, then talked you into having abortions and oh man, listen, my dude, we're in the lair of the damn devil, right? So why would you believe anything that these people put out there that's requiring for you to give them a sample of your DNA? And the funny shit would be if one day your ass in a Walmart and you see a twin You see a motherfucker look just like you and shit, a grown man, like in what was that movie with Will Smith and shit? With Project Gemini? What the fuck? Gemini Man and shit. Motherfucker keep making clones of you. Motherfucker keep making clones of your ass. Oh my God, brother! Like the gig is up, man. And I feel bad for my Pan African brothers and sisters, man. I feel real bad for them. Right? Let me get a mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check, just to make sure we good. I feel bad for these people, my dude. Because these people are indoctrinated with with some make-believe shit. And then they read the articles and they really don't even understand how DNA is done. They haven't been in the lab. They don't understand none of this shit. They just take the people who's telling you that they're able to do this, and then they come back and regurgitate what they heard. That's like a chatty patty. Oh, I heard this. Oh, I heard that. Nah, nigga, do some research. Do your due diligence and make sure that what you giving to the people is right and exact. Instead of going up there, oh, I did my DNA. Once again, AP did an expose on that chick, or I don't want to disrespect her, but on that lady or whatever, because she seemed like she got some issues or however it go, right? Nepal, I'm saying her name, right? And she, when Smoke Signal asked her, how does she know she's African? Do you have any African in your history? She ain't know what to say. She doubled down. Oh, yeah, my family did a DNA test and they came back as African. Then she even tried to go to the part of oh, I can look in the mirror and I can see I got big lips and curly hair or whatever, or nappy hair. Nah, money grip. There's other people who share them same features on other plates, on other continents that never came from Africa, such as us, the Atanchans of the Amaru, such as the South Pacific Islanders, such as the what's little left of the Moro people that was in the Philippines, right? Or the Negritos, right? What's left of them? What's left of them? You know what I'm saying? They done came in and bought Japanese and let them mix in with the Japanese. And that's what create them Asian phenotypes. But that's a whole nother story. Let's get back into the video, man. Peace to the guys, man. Let's go.
Let's help you make your mark.
Ancestry has a much larger customer database, 18 million, than 23andMe, 10 million, making it the better choice if you're testing for genealogy. 23andMe has more advanced health testing, making it the better choice if you're testing for health reasons. 19 February 2021.
Take our lead.
For more cousin matches from around the world, MyHeritage is the better choice due to their large international customer database. And with its connection to the Ancestry website, Ancestry DNA also boasts many more online family trees and more traditional research databases to extend your search even further. 19 February 2021.
Let's help you make your mark.
How could my estimate change over time? Your ethnicity estimate is based on the data we have and the methods we use to compare your results to that data. Because we're always collecting more data and our methods are constantly improving, your estimate may change over time.
Take our lead.
The reason for the change, according to Ancestry's website, is because the company has more DNA samples with which it can compare results. This, according to Ancestry's website, means new regions could appear while low percentage regions, like Gene's Central Asia result, could disappear entirely. 17 September 2018.
Thank you for watching. Please subscribe and hit the bell notification.
Bam! Hello Fresh. Guys, shrimp spaghetti with a kick is
So as we just seen, what we got from that video right there in particular, right? That they said race can't tell you at, I mean, DNA can tell you race, and if it can't tell you race at, then they connect her and put it crazy too, right? Think of this, right? When you do your DNA ancestry, they ask you for ethnicity that that what ethnicity or race do you class as? They got a whole play for you. They already got it all set up. They're not testing you with nobody else. It's with African people. They contrived a whole story that told you that all people who look like us came from that country over there. And looking at the rest of that over there, nah, money grab. We're the guys and the goddesses. There's all the science, all the. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry for all y'all, because we were periods and we had for thousands of years. We've been the science that all people pro so African about is the Egyptian paradigm. Now, me myself, I believe if the I believe that evidence is too unsafe since in North Africa as well as the Middle East happen to be okay Egypt, because we can go into the history, the technology, these systems that these niggas keep talking about, trying to connect us, which I know some can come in to it to Islam or who's Muslim. So none of the spiritual a cheating boyfriend to go, or like I don't know, it was wagging his tail, but they, man, none of them spiritual practices has, I mean, them spiritual. Let me see something. All right, Mike. Oh, I'm going in and out. All right, Mike, check. How I sound now? Mic check, mic check, mic check. Yep. All right, so we good? All right, okay. All right, okay. So let's get back into let's see something else real quick. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. But before I do that, I want to go back over one other thing real quick. A lot of people because it's breaking up again. Let me see something. Okay. They say we don't bring sources, right? So once again, I'm gonna play this. We're gonna listen to a little bit more of this one more time. Just for the people that happen to be getting off
Clear
the
out
school
stuck
bus.
poop fast. Fiber helps you
Just for the people that happen to be on the school bus.
GMOs are very controversial. They were controversial when they were first developed in the 1980s.
We have to take special time and give these individuals with these special needs. We have to give them more attention, man, and more time. And some things have to be reiterated because a lot of times these people don't get it. They just don't get it. So, this is part of shock therapy, 101. Okay. So this is the brother name. I say brother because he's actually helping us along with our journey. Alan McHuggan, DNA Demystified. Okay. So he got a actual book on it, or pamphlet, or whatever, report or document. But this website is the Oxford Academy. Okay. Um, and they got over 130,000 subscribers. So let's I want to just play that one part again, just so that it'll be already understood, and what's understood don't need to further be explained. So I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. I'm gonna just play the rest of that.
Ban GMOs, farmers are going to have to go back to use the old chemicals, more environmentally damaging, more toxic, to control weeds and insects and diseases in their crops. So that's the implication. Very few people who think they
My bad, y'all. I don't know how long I was kicked out for because I was sharing the screen, but I ain't gonna share the screen like that no more. I'm just going to do the individual screen. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but let's get back into it.
Is not quite as reliable because the numbers just aren't there. And there's a lot of intermixing, intermarriages that blend the DNA from these different groups. And crucially, what's most important is that what divides an Irish descendant from an African person is such a tiny fraction of our genome. I mean, all humans are 99.9% identical in their DNA base. So we're looking at one base in 1,000 potential difference between the two most diverse people on the planet. So we have to parse out that and then try to make an interpretation based on statistical frequencies. How often does this particular 1 in 1,000 base occur in these populations in Ireland as opposed to the Gold Coast? And there is no DNA that is unique to any ethnicity. So there's no marker that we can look at and say, okay, this person carries this particular DNA sequence, therefore they must be Irish and nothing else. Everybody overlaps all around the world. So it comes down to a statistical analysis. And so people are sometimes disappointed when they see their ethnic breakdown and they say, hey, I'm 2% Asian. Where did that come from? Well, that could just be an anomaly in the statistical analysis. Or perhaps you do have some Asian way back when.
We're anesthesia.
All right, I wanted to say that one more time, just for the fuck of it. All right, because what he was saying was very interesting. So anybody who heard that already kind of debunks or like explain to you how DNA is not. It cannot tell you from Africa. It cannot tell you from 7 different fucking tribes or 7 different countries in Africa. Like we be hearing some of these foolish morons come up here and tell us without them even checking the science to see if the science is absolute. Don't refer to something if it's not absolute. If you have other people who criticizing and critiquing it, and they are critical about what's being said with this DNA, then you must check into it, right? So let's go into some more things, man. Real quick, I'm gonna probably be jumping around. Y'all already know how I do. So I'm gonna try this again. Let's go into this. All right, mic check, just to make sure we good before I go into this presentation. So where was we at? All right, so look, this is going to connect the eugenics, right? The people who created eugenics, which we already know who the individuals were, right? I'm going to go back over this again. So how did eugenics begin? Francis Galton, an English statistician, demographer, and ethnologist, and cousin of Charles Darwin, coined the term eugenics in 1883. Galton defined eugenics as the study or agencies under social control that may improve or impair the racial quality of future generations, either physical or mentally. Galton claimed that health and disease, as well as social and intellectual characteristics, were based upon hereditary and the concept of race. Now, remember, too, right? Let me just make sure we good. right? We still good. Mic check, mic check. All right. So remember, right? A lot of times when a lot of people have health issues, they try to tell you it's hereditary, but no, it's because you eat the same thing that your family eat and you practice the same lifestyle as they live. So that's the reason why some people have diabetes. They go, oh, my grandfather had diabetes because your grandfather ate the same shit you ate, and you probably eat much worse. So as far as diseases are not hereditary if you change if you change the way you live, or you change the way you eat, or you change your diet. Okay, so just remember that, since he said hereditary, right? During the 1970s and 80s, discussions of human improvement and the ideology of scientific racism became increasingly common. So-called experts determine individuals and groups of people to be either superior. Now listen to this, because this is where we at today. This is where we at today. And I'm gonna do a remix single when it gets to this right here, right? I'm gonna do a remix single. So listen, so check it out. It's a remix single, right? So look, once again, during the 1970s and 1980s, discussion of human improvement and the ideology of scientific racism became increasingly common. So-called expert determined individuals and groups of people to be either superior or inferior. Now, before we go forward, right? Before we go forward, let's stick with this right here: superior and inferior, and how we have been placed in an inferior position mentally, right? Because it starts with the mental. It starts with, you know how they say, anything you put your mind to, you can do it. But it starts with the mental. It starts with the mental slavery and compartmentalizing yourself and saying that, oh, certain things you're not able to do because of the system that made you inferior, right? So what are some things dealing with superior and inferior? Let me see something. Couple people in the chat room. Tell me, I mean, if you feel like typing, give me some examples of how the eugenics place upon our people in North America as Negro, Black, Colored, and African American. How did they put us in an inferior position mentally? Can anybody please just give me a couple of examples before I go further? I'm looking in the chat room, so I'm talking to you guys in the chat room. I'm not going to move forward. Just somebody just give me one or two, if you can. Yay, nay. I'm talking to you guys. All right, religion, land, okay. Entertainment and education. Education and entertainment, right? Equator 7. What's up, Money Grip? So look, so okay, Aboriginal channel. What did Aboriginal channel say? Saying we came from slavery. That's one of the most crucial aspects to keeping you inferior, right? So look, we just so happen to go to the Summer Jam scream again, right? This has to constantly keep being reiterated, right? So I know some of the stuff you're saying. I got plenty of bills though, but this is some of the most important information that most people must understand, right? So as we go back into this, the forgotten white slaves and the ignored, now look, and the ignored history of slavery worldwide. Now look, before I get into that, right? Before I get into that, right? Why would it be ignored? Because it's going back to this right here, superior and inferior, right? So if you knew this, right? Let's just say if you knew this, right? Look, if you knew this, The story of slavery is more complicated than you ever been told. Do you know that up to 1,250,000 white slaves were shipped to North Africa, Barbary, and I'm not even going to say short of Barbary. I'm going to say the Mediterranean as well as Europe too, right? Because they're not from Europe. Ain't no more going to Europe and take over Europe and take over Europe for no 700 fucking years. They was already there, which they came from here. Check out the Algonquin conquest in the Mediterranean. Check out ancient Oriental masonry, Masonic masonry. Check out Dr. Congo Bongo book as well. So they have people who believe this and have resources that suspect that the mighty Amaru, right? The mighty Amaru, Aborigine, Atanchan, and Antillian, y'all understand, okay? Left from here and went over there in them areas. Well, no people over there in them areas, so don't think that people was living it. But that's a whole nother thing, right? Once again, let me say this again. Let me get checked back in the chat room, make sure I'm being heard. Mic check, mic check, mic check. All right, so we back up in this motherfucker. So let's go back to this, right? So remember, we only dealing with this when it comes to eugenics, right? Right now, we dealing with during the 1870 and 80s. The discussion of human improvement and the ideology of scientific racism became increasingly common. So-called expert determined individuals and groups of people to be either superior or inferior. Okay, so we just went over some examples of what kept us in the inferior mind state, right? And this is actually one of the things, as they say, right? The forgotten white slaves and the ignored history of slavery worldwide, right? Once again, I'm just going to touch on this real quick, just so I can reiterate this, right? The story of slavery is more complicated than you've been told. Do you know that up to 1,250,000 white slaves were shipped to North Africa? Now, once again, I'm going to constantly keep reiterating this shit, right? Did you know that a fifth of the United States government in 1797, which there was no United States government in no 1797. So we could take what we could take from this article, because this article is not absolute or not entirely right and exact. There are some mental obstacles and some mental setbacks that they place in this article that will keep you pretty much thinking under the same mind state that we're at, right? But nonetheless, though, right? In 1797, according to him, he said that the budget was paid in tribute to the North African Muslim nations to free and stop enslaving Americans. Now, number one, they was never Americans, because they wasn't taking them from here over there. It was Europeans who was already in Slough. It was Sloughs that was already in the condition in which we call slavery. Okay, so let's go down some. It's saying, did you know that the Ottoman Empire enslaved millions of Europeans? Did you know that slavery was so common in ancient Britain that the Anglo-Saxon word for Briton was used interchangeably for slave? Okay, let's highlight that. Just for the people on the slow bus. Okay, just for the people on the slow bus. Because you had some individuals saying, man, where did they get this from? They making this up. White people were slaves. These niggas want to stay. They want to stay in that inferior position. Because being a slave make you inferior, because there's nothing in Africa besides the pyramids and besides all these fucking myths and stories about Abu Kari and Mansa Musa and all these people are the American gods, man. So none of that shit over there make you superior. But what do make you superior is this, right? And this gives you a great understanding, right? Now, once again, we got to go back into this. And we can use a pretty much different one, but for the hell of it, Anthony Johnson, right? So this is an image of him. And we don't know if this image is real or not. So I'm going to always put that out there, right? But according to them. Now, Anthony Johnson, according to people who I know have done some genealogy connection with his family, they say that he was an Acromite. He was part of the Acromax. That he was part of the Acromax. And I had brother Amani Bay on a couple weeks ago when I actually did a bill, and we was kind of reiterating and going over some things dealing with Anthony Johnson as well as other black slave owners, right? And he lived in the area where the Acromax resided, right? So see, look, so this is what keeps you mentally inferior, right? The fact that you think your people came here as slaves, right? But then when you take this right here and take the fact that, and I ain't gonna go too long on it because most of y'all already know this, right? I'm not gonna go too long on this right here, right? But I just want to kind of put this out there, right? So it's saying Barbary piracy enslaved thousands, right? Which they wasn't no Barbary pirates and shit. There was motherfuckers who was kicked out of their kingdom because they lost the war to the Christians who was also Moors. And what they was doing was capturing people, right? Because I don't think they still gave up the Rock of Gibraltar. I think the Rock of Gibraltar went past 1492. The Rock of Gibraltar is a big castle sitting on a hill to where it's actually like a I ain't gonna say like a lighthouse because it's not actually a lighthouse, but it's actually an observational structure to see what's coming in and what's going out from my research that I've done. But nonetheless, though, right? This is Reverend Dirac Spat, enslaved April 1641, selling with 120 passengers from Ireland to England. Okay, to England. The people who was in England was niggas. They was niggas wearing the same suits and shit. Look how these people dress. If you think these people had some type of civilization, or look how they dress. If they was dressed like that, how do you think we was dressed? Go figure that, right? But anyway, his story is but one estimated of 7 million white slaves took into the Barbary coast. Now, what happened to them people? You do the science on that, right? Right? Now, I hate when that shit click out like that. All right. Every ancient civilization possessed slaves or enslaved others. The word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. Do we need to pull up what the Slavics look like, man? And you even get some Negroes like, it was black, man. Shut the fuck. We're not talking about. We talking about the people who are Slavics now. One of your own people will come up here and say some ridiculous shit like that. Well, it was black Slav. We're not talking about black. We talking about white Slavics. The black Slavics would have been Moors. Okay? So once again, the English word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. Period. Thus, when the word slave was coined in the West, the impression was of a Caucasian slave. See, knowing this right here put me back in a superior position mentally, right? Because I know that they hid this for a reason, right? Along with the other knowledge and the other information that I already have to cross-reference and add to this, right? Let me go back. Let me just make sure I'm being heard. Mic check, mic check, mic check. We good? Peace, 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 peace. I think we good. Let me see if we good. Oh, we gonna go into some more of that eugenics shit. I'm just touching and prove. I'm just showing and proving on that. Peace to my sister Copper Color Empress. Peace to the goddess, man. Peace to Noble Bay. Peace to God, Islam, my brother. All right, we good? All right. Peace to Jeremiah, man. Peace to the God, man. So let's go back into this, right? So, once again, during the 1870s and 80s, discussions of human improvement and the ideology of scientific racism became increasingly common. So-called expert determined individuals and groups of people to be either superior or inferior. They believed biological and behavioral characteristics were fixed and unchangeable and placed individual populations and nations inside of that heresy. Okay? Superior and inferior. Superior is black people was brought from Africa on boats, right? Inferior would be this. Every ancient civilization possessed slaves and enslaved others. The English word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. So that means we're not slaves. That means the Slavics was the slaves, right? But check it out. Check what it says. It says something. It says a direction that's very interesting, right? When the word slave was coined in the West, nigga, in America, west of Europe and Africa will be where? America. So when the term was coined in the West, that means here, right? The impression was of a Caucasian slave. So they weren't talking about no Africans, my people. But these Africans will die. They will sit here, these African Americans will die wanting to be a slave. When we got literature, we trying to help these people, man. And it's sad because these people don't want to be helped. They don't want to be helped. But the next level of shock therapy going to be because we're going to show you what Africans is doing and how Africans live today, since them are your people and that's who you came from. Oh, the American guys over here, we've been wearing. We see Anthony Johnson. Look, like I said, when you go back and you look at him, his descendants are Acromaks. Okay, he got a suit and tie on in the 1600s, my dude. And then we fast forward even to the 1800s. Look how this nigga dressed. Look how William Ellison dressed. We got Antoine Dubélé. Look how he's dressed. And he got a mustache like what the Monopoly man got. Look at his mustache. His mustache is like the Monopoly man, which they saying that's J.P. Morgan Chase, but that's all bullshit. They stole all that shit. I ain't gonna say from him, but obviously more than likely it was one of our people, right? So remember, according to eugenics, right? They wanted people. They want so-called expert determine individuals and groups of people to be either superior and inferior. Inferior, you a slave. Superior, they enslaved you. We vice versa that to the Aboriginal superior already would be knowing that the Europeans, according to what they saying, the term slave actually was coined in the West and it was applied to only Caucasian people. And also what's superior to us, Antoine Dubélé was born free, a free man to parents and inherit a large sugar plantation. So at the time of his age, right, or whatever age he was at that time, right, he inherited, his family owned the sugar plantation already. His family owned the sugar plantation. Okay, so at the time he probably got this, he probably was in his probably teens or maybe early 20s, right? So that had to be in the 1700s. So his family, hell knows how long his family owned that sugar plantation. Let me just make sure we being heard. We don't know how long his family owned that sugar plantation. We don't know how long. But what we do know is this, right? Let's go back into it. Antoine Dubuc was born a free man to free parents and inherited a large sugar plantation called Cedar Grove from his father. Under his father, the plantation was small and contained only a few slaves. Under Antoine's leadership, it grew. And by 1860, 5 years before the so-called Emancipation Proclamation, this man inherited a sugar plantation before they even set Negroes free. And it's going to go into when I'm playing with the Lost Confederate and how they talk about the Civil War. They don't believe the Civil War existed. I believe the Civil War has some. I believe the Civil War actually, right, was dealing with trying to free up these Slavic people as a result of the Rothschilds and they having all these insurgents in trying to take over our government. So part of taking over our government is to promise these people land and the promise that once they freed them from these plantations, that they can have land and they can live like we live it. And this is the reason you see all these race
That's a
riots.
fact. That's a big fact, man.
Man, where the fuck you come from, nigga? What's up,
And
man? Peace.
the brother name is Antoine Dulicet. It's French. His name is Dulicet.
Okay.
And it is a couple of his family members that own land and slaves too, prior and after.
But look, listen to this shit though, right? Listen to this. And remember, we dealing with according to eugenics, right? AP, just I don't know how long you've been in, right? According
I've been
to
listening.
eugenics,
I wasn't able to jump on. I've been listening.
how eugenics begun, right? So during the 1870, 1880 discussions of human improvement and the ideology of scientific racism became increasingly common. So-called experts determined individuals and groups of people to be either superior or inferior. And these Pan-Africans are definitely still in an inferiority mind state. We're superior. We're superior at this point in time. We know all the inventions our ancestors made. We know what we was doing over here. We know, we know.
We know where our grandparents was born, what their names was, who was their wives, who was their kids. We got records and we have a clear understanding of who we are. Where we have no identity crisis. They trying to confuse and muddy the water with us, but we know who we are.
Exactly, right? So think of this, right? Think of this. And this is information that help you become superior once again, knowing that your ancestor, knowing there had to be something else going on here that wasn't told to us. Because once again, I'm gonna read Antoine Dubuc. I'm gonna let this marinate on people who haven't heard this before, right? Oh, how did you pronounce his name?
Dulicet. And
Dulicet.
Antoine Dulicet. Yeah.
All right. Do listen. All right. So Antoine was born a free man to free parents and inherited a large sugar plantation called Cedar Grove. Now they saying a large sugar plantation, right? Named Cedar Grove from his father. Now look how they double down. Under his father, the plantation was small and contained only a few slaves. They large, small. Well, what do you mean? Only a few slaves. Even a small farm or small plantation would need at least 5 or 6 people to be able to work that field. So a large plantation, however it go, anywho, let's keep it moving, right? Under Antoine leadership, it grew. And by 1860, he owned over 100 slaves and had one of the largest sugar plantation in Louisiana. And might I say that they claim Louisiana was purchased by the French? That's anyway. He was extremely wealthy, even more than his white neighbors. His plantation was worth $264,000, while the average income of his neighbors in the South was around $3,978. Inferior, superior, superior, inferior, inferior, superior, right? Superior. The English word for slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people, Pan-Africans. Your people was not slaves. Your people weren't ever slaves. Thus, when the word was coined, when it was coined, meaning when it was created, nigga, in the West, the impression was of a what? African slave? Negro slave? No, a Caucasian slave. Superior and inferior. Inferior and superior, right? So let's go back. Let's read some more of this, right? So it's just a little quick breakdown of what they was doing, right? But this right here is going to tell you right here, right? Look, listen to this. This is going to connect eugenics and DNA together, or the creation of DNA, right? So look, it's saying while the eugenics movement especially flourished during the 3 decades before the end of of World War II, eugenics practices such as involuntary sterilization, forced institutionalization, and social ostracization, I guess that's how it's pronounced, and stigma were common in many states until at least 1970, and in some instances have continued into the present in various forms, right? Wow. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this, right? With the completion of the Human Genome Project, and more recently, advances in genomic, I'm sorry, here's some fucking gnat here. Screen technologies, there is some concern about whether generating or increasing amount of genomic information is the pernatal setting would lead to new social pressures to terminate pregnancies where the fetus is at the heightened risk for genetic disorders such as Down syndrome and spinal bifida. That's an actual spinal condition where your spine, where you get bone spurs on your spine, right? So that's just an understanding of it, right? So it's an emergence of statistic techniques such as polyogenetic risk scores that can estimate risk for more genetical complex disorders has rise concern among ethics, ethics that they use in the context of the vitro fertilization and the pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. I'm sorry, my fucking cat just came in. This motherfucker rubbing on my fucking leg. Get out of here. All right, the possible genetic based screening of embryos for behavior and psychosocial and intellectual traits would be reminiscent of the history of eugenics. It is an attempt to eliminate certain individuals, right? To eliminate certain individuals, right? Go figure who the individual they talking about. Some of the geneticists some geneticists view both genomic screening and genetic counseling an extension of eugenics, right? That's dealing with DNA, right? We already know they dealing with the Human Genome Project. The Human Genome Project is is pretty much the start of the DNA testing and the DNA companies and all of this stuff that we got now, right? So yesterday, when I was going into, I was in this one right here. Let me see something real quick. Let me see if it's this one. You still there, AP?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What you got going on today, bro?
Man, nothing. Probably cook up some stuff today. I don't know if King Cass. I think I'm supposed to be debating King Cass today at 12. I'm not for sure.
That's a win. Put a big W on your head, right?
Right.
That's a win. All right, so hold on. I'm looking for something I was reading yesterday. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's, hold up. Let me see something. No, it's down here at the bottom. Oh no, it was, yeah, it's down here at the bottom right here.
Yeah, I got a couple things lined up. I think I'm gonna do something on the Inca songs too today. After I beat King Cass in this debate.
What time you supposed to be?
12:30 or some shit like that. Like 12:30. You ain't got to stop what you doing. Trust me.
Oh no. I ain't going. I'm not gonna be going in that long. I'm gonna be rocking it out for a minute. I'm sorry, y'all, because I done lost my. I already had the shit set up, but I moved it. All right, but before I play that, let's go into this right here real quick. Let's deal with your man real quick. With your main man. Listen to this. We're gonna play a few of these. Fuck it.
Of the Native Americans and the Trail of Tears and all those horrible stories of what has happened to the
I
Indians.
run that back. Run that back about 60 seconds. The sound was off.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Run that back about 60 seconds. Your sound was off for about 2 minutes. So run that back like 2 minutes or whatnot.
All right. Let me stop the screen. Let me go back up there. Peace to everybody in the chat. Let me see.
And the genocide.
enslaved by Native Americans.
I don't know how I feel about that. It's crazy because really you feel like, oh, the two biggest blights on the way this country started, you know, slavery and the genocide of the Native Americans and the Trail of Tears and all those horrible stories of what has happened to the Native people here. And then our family was owned by people who had suffered. It's just, that's mind-blowing.
Most people don't realize that the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, and Chickasaw nations owned slaves. As self-governing entities, they weren't subject to the laws of the United States. So what did this mean for Don Cheadle's ancestors?
All right, let's just stop right there for a minute, right? Now look, even when you see slaves listed, it don't give you no ethnicity of who the slave was, right? It don't say no fucking African on it, right? It doesn't say no African. But see, what they did was this, right? This is what they did, right? Look, this is what they did. This is what they did to us. They made us think that we were slaves, right? Which we already know that, right? They made us think we were slaves, right? And anytime you see slaves, you think that is a black person. No, they're white people. The Chickasaw, the Cherokee, and all these people were Negroes. They was Negroes. He thinking the Native Americans are the Native Americans who own Africans, right? What you got, man? All right. He thinking the Native Americans was the mongrels that lived in the South and lived in the areas where our people still live at now, right? He think that these people enslaved Africans. How did they get a hold of Africans? The white man sold them Africans? See, the whole story is contaminated. And none of the story even sound right and exact. And it's this agent, right? This agent, which he's a fucking agent, right? He's a fucking agent, my dude. Look how he looking at him. Look how he looking. And then even when they show the images of the Indians, they still showing you these Mongol style people, right? And he's not even telling him that he is probably Chickasaw or Creek or Cherokee already. But that's a whole nother thing. Let's play some more of this.
When the Civil War ended, the 5 civilized tribes kept their slaves. They refused to liberate their slaves.
Everybody wanted to roll with the slavery thing as long as they could.
That's right. They said, come and get them.
Yeah, you got to take my slave.
You got, yeah.
Pry it from my cold, dead hand.
And I had no idea. I mean,
I hadn't either. This is amazing.
The United States government didn't make a treaty with the Chickasaw until 1866, forcing them to liberate their slaves and make them citizens. The Chickasaws freed their slaves, but they did not offer them citizenship in the Chickasaw Nation.
Are they honorary white people? I mean, what's going on here?
Don, your ancestors were...
You heard what he just said. He said, are they honorary white people? Now think of it like this, right? We still see everything happen after the Civil War, right? We still see 1866 is when that treaty, or when what's the name that everybody be pulling up? Oh my God, I can't think of the name of it right now. But however it go, right? 1866, right? 1865, right? Do we already see Negroes free? Did we not just read about Antoine Dubuque, William Ellison, and all of these other Negroes who had extreme wealth? Who had extreme wealth. And like I said, they're definitely hiding the fact that all of them tribes was Negroes and they own white people. So now what they did was these niggas then did a switcheroonie, right? So the Aboriginals who was really Negroes, right, which would been under them so-called tribes or whatever they complained, he just said, right? Them would have been already Negroes, right? And then you see slave on there, you thinking that a slave is a Negro. No, a slave is a Slavic. We just read what a Slavic was. We ain't supposed to be finding this, man. We're not supposed to be finding this type of shit. The English word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. Thus, the word slave was coined in the West, meaning the Americas. The impression was of a Caucasian slave, right? Now look what OC says. Only in the last century has the shocking history of slavery been. I'm not sharing my screen on this, so don't even worry about it. So only in the last century has the shocking history of slavery been selectively selected. That means somebody picked from what they wanted people to know. So they selectively read through the lens of American race issues for political gain. Now ask yourself what the fuck that means. Ask yourself what that means. Okay? We got 144 people in the building. Definitely hit the like button, share the video out. And if you like to donate, you already know what time it is. So let's get back into some more of this shit, right? And like I said, look how deceiving this nigga looks, man. He looked very deceiving, man. He's up here lying to this man. This man don't know what to do. Look, he's all emotional. He don't know how to process this information.
In Indian territory, yet they were neither Chickasaw nor were they Americans. They were a people without a country and without any legal status at all.
That's crazy.
The Chickasaw freedmen would spend decades in this stateless limbo, invisible and forgotten. But most of them are slaves entered the Reconstruction era with unparalleled hope. They were eager to build new lives in the South.
Did you think that you would live your whole life in Tennessee?
Oh, no. I knew I wanted to go somewhere because I didn't like the cotton fields.
One of the first songs that you wrote, I believe, was entitled Nutbush City Limits.
That's true.
Could you sing it for me?
Church house, gym house, dun, schoolhouse, house. Highway number 19. People keep the city clean. They call it Nutbush.
Music legend Tina Turner grew up in Tennessee, where her great-great-grandfather Logan Curry had been enslaved. Like most former slaves with no financial resources, Logan had little choice but to remain on the plantation after he was free. Yet he wanted to make one thing perfectly clear. He was now the master of his own fate.
This document is dated January 6, 1866, and it's a labor contract.
Right.
Now, we've searched post-Civil War labor contracts up and down, looking for as many as we could for every guest in our series. And this is the only one that we've ever found. The only one.
The said Jesse Carey, on his part, promises to furnish the above-named freedmen land to cultivate the farming tools, the horses, the mules, and we, the above-named freedmen, on our part, promises to cultivate sufficient grain for the use of the family and stock the balance in cotton.
Right.
Oh, I hated the cotton field because there were those hairy worms crawling, there were the spiders, and also the picking of the cotton. I couldn't quite get as much in my sack as everybody else. And everyone was picking and pushing it down.
Now, y'all just heard what he just read off, right? Now, they created that story that somebody that they was freed after. Listen, my dude, the gig is up, my dude. We know we know they ain't free no Negroes in 1865. We know the Emancipation Proclamation wasn't made for us. It was made for slaves, but it just wasn't made for us because we're not slaves. We're not sloughs, man. We're not dumb people. We were already here. And see, the problem that a lot of these Pan-Africans is having a problem with is realizing that these people purposely, they purposely deceived you. So you would be mentally inferior. How they gonna pull this over your eyes if you were superior and they was inferior? They had to put you in an inferior position, my dude. This is the whole purpose to why a lot of them think what they think. Oh, the European ain't gonna lie to us. Why would he lie to us? Why would he lie? Oh, why would he lie to you? Why would he lie to you? You want to know why would he lie to you? Because they're the only slaves there are. You don't never hear about this in no history. You have never in no history class heard, or in no, you can go pay somebody $100,000 to go to school for history, and you're never gonna hear that the slaves were Slavic people, brother. You're never gonna hear about that. You're never gonna hear about Antoine Double-X. I pronounce it. I know how AP gets said it, or William Ellison, or none of the hundreds of thousands slave owners that we see in the 1830s. And they still selling you on this story that they freed you in the Civil War. They still selling you on this story. How they selling you on a story when we got evidence of all this movement, black cities, black towns, already before the Civil War? And after the Civil War, why don't you see millions of black people homeless? Because they're a fucking lie, my dude. And they created this information purposely under the eugenics, what we just was reading, right? To make you inferior, to make you mentally inferior. And the shit worked. And people continue to keep promoting this information. We got constant agitators that come up here and are in constant contention with us about the same fucking shit. And you can explain this shit to them, and they not even saying, well, damn, you know what? All right, I don't believe your point 100%, but I can see that there is some deception within this history. They can't even they haven't yet to even figure that out. The deception and misleading you when it comes to who your people were. Just like he doing her right here. She said she hated the cotton field. My father told me he hated the cotton field, but he also told me that the cotton field was owned by his father. By his father. And they had a peanut, I don't know what the fuck you call it, a peanut field, if you will. They had peanuts, they had peaches, my father plums, all of that shit, man. And they still had it all the way up into the 1980s. I know my father used to go down south, or when I went down south, man, he had a big ass fucking field of all plum trees, man, all plum trees. And the next lot over was peaches, my dude. And the nice sweet plums. You know how them plums taste, man. When they nice and ripe, and when they nice and ripe and nice and soft, you know how them plums taste, and them peaches. You know what I'm saying? When they nice and ripe, you already know what time it is. So let's get back into some more of this buffoonery.
Their sex was really full, and I really wanted that.
How old were you when you started?
Oh, you know, I don't really remember. But what you do remember is the cones, your hands in the cuticles, and the sun. The sun was so hot.
Well, Tina, this document lays out the terms by which your great-great-grandfather Logan and his family would barter their labor with the white man named Jesse Curry, the same man who had owned them before the Civil War ended.
Yes.
So they didn't leave, they stayed, but they struck up a deal with them.
Yes.
An arrangement, as you know, that came to be called sharecropping.
Yes.
The relationship between Logan Curry and his former master changed dramatically. Instead of owner and property, they were now employer and employee, an important step towards genuine equality. We searched the records to see what else we could find out about Logan Curry.
I solemnized the right of matrimony between the within named parties on the 27th day of December, 1870.
And look who signed it.
Logan Curry, MG.
Minister of the gospel.
Aha.
It seems that your great-great-grandfather Logan had become a minister. Between the year 1870, 5 years after slavery ended, and 1888, Logan Curry married more than 50 black couples. As soon as slavery ended, one of the first things black people did was they sought out a minister and the courthouse.
Yes.
Listen to this fucking, listen to this shit, man, or what he just told her. He just told her that, okay, a white man owned her father, and after slavery was ended, right? Because understand this, right? Slavery ended, but that still don't mean that white people couldn't have employees that they paid them, right? Because what they was doing was they would take the produce to a mill. The mill would distribute whatever produce that you bring. The mills were stores, like or like a market, or if you will, something in that regards. So they was picking that stuff to take to the mills the whole goddamn time. And you know, some of the stuff was actually for your family. So even when you see Europeans on these plantations, these niggas ain't in no power. These motherfuckers are slaves their goddamn self. And most of the people you see around are family members.
To legalize their relationships, which hadn't been legal under slavery. And your great-great-grandfather Logan was one of the people sanctioning the institution of marriage.
It's great information. Really great.
Marriage was not only an act of love and commitment, it was also an opportunity for the former slaves to exercise their new rights as citizens.
The church reminded us that we were children of God. That was very, very important. We've never forgotten that.
When Jim Crow America shut our ancestors out, they didn't just give up. They created their own institutions, often at great personal sacrifice, building the foundation for change.
This is a land deed from Benjamin B. Flagg, your great-grandfather George Flagg's older brother.
I, Benjamin B. Flagg of
Yes,
B.
ma'am.
Flagg of Haywood County, Tennessee, for the sum of $25 cash, have sold to the trustee of Flagg.
That's right. Flagg's.
Flagg Grove Schoolhouse? 1 acre of land.
1 acre of land.
Flagg Grove was my... No.
The going rate for land in Tennessee at this time was approximately $75 or $80 an acre. So Benjamin Flagg sold his land below market value so that our people could have a school. He made it possible to create Flagg's Grove School.
I went to Flagg Grove School, elementary school.
Do you hear this fucking bullshit that he's telling her, man? Do you hear this bullshit? He's saying his people sold the land. He sold 1 acre of land. 1 acre. So you think all they did was live on 1 acre of land? That don't even make sense. But he sold 1 acre of land so they could build a schoolhouse, right? Which schoolhouse was probably more than likely ran by somebody in the family, right? But that's a whole nother conversation, man. I'm gonna play some more of it. All right, y'all wanna hear some more of it? I'm gonna play. Hold up.
Great. Just great.
By the time the century drew to a close, the United States government had turned its back on our people all over the South.
You are 33% European. Really? I'm 50-50. To my horror, The chairman of African American Studies at Harvard at the time was a half a white man.
Yeah. Wow, you're kidding.
There's a lot of sneaking and creeping back there on the plantation.
I guess. I guess. Oh, my
Go on
goodness.
to Tina Turner. Her family reports indigenous American ancestry.
Oh, yeah. Tina grew up believing that two of her grandparents were part Native American.
But you're only 1% Native American. You know how your family has always thought that you had all this Native American heritage?
Yes.
It was white heritage that you had.
All this time, I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the tribe of Europe.
I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the tribe of Europe.
All this time, I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the...
All this time, I've been thinking Indian.
This nigga's a piece of shit, yo. He's a piece of shit, and he's a fucking agent. And look how he's lying to her, bro. Like, he just looked like a soulless, spineless motherfucker, man. You know, he just looked like a soul. Look how he looking at it. Like, he don't even have a motherfucking soul. Yeah, she's probably still on that land, bro. Yo, hey, yo, look. Yo, I'm telling y'all, bro, this is how they got us, man. This is how they got us, man. And I'm going to just say this before I play the rest of the video, right? I'm going to find one more video, but I got some literature to go over, man. Share the video, like the video. And like I said, if you like to donate, it's already on the screen, right? So this is the thing, right? Without you doing your own research and finding all these so-called Negroes that was, according to them, free before 1865, they will automatically make you think that they freed your people in 1865, bro. And you don't even know that it's all these people free. Oh, and this piece of shit up there, he's sitting up here lying. And they actually created the database slavevoid.org for more of this confusion to go forward. So you can go in there and look, oh, they did all, how you know? There's no way that they can prove all these people or how many people. They don't even have ship logs like they saying they got. You find a shipyard log, it got 4 or 5 people on it, and sometimes it may have 6. Like, come on, bro. It's impossible to be able to come up with all of them numbers that they use. Like I said, a lot of the numbers they created. But we're gonna get into some more of it. Let's play some more of this shit.
Hey, one, where you at, bro? Oh, there you go.
You can't hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
I think I had my computer muted where I couldn't hear nothing. My bad.
And I was dying to know what tribe it was.
From the tribe of Europe. Your results are all over the map.
Look, perfect example. Look at this shit here. Look at all the places. Now look, remember what we just heard. Remember what we just heard in the other two videos, along with the literature that I'm going to be supporting after this, right? Look at all the countries they saying that people came from in Africa, bro. Now look, hold up. I want to be able to see my my microphone. All right, there you go, right there. Now check this out.
Couldn't find an exact.
All right, hold on. Y'all probably can't see it, but I'm gonna read it, right? So over here, say Blissall. I don't know where the fuck that's at. That's on the right here. Let me see. Let me pull up my map. But she got Cameroon, she got Niger, Sudan, and Kenya on her so-called DNA result. Yo, oh my God, bro. Like, yo, look how he's up there playing her, my dude. This is crazy. Look.
An exact match, but all these are close and are all possibilities.
Right.
You can pick from.
He just said they're all close and they're all possibilities, meaning that it's not absolute what he's showing her. It's not absolute what he's showing her. He just told her. He just told her that most of her ancestry was European. Now we just heard when it does come to Aboriginal DNA, we know they do the blood quantums and all that, but they're only doing that based on these mestizos and these other individuals. They're not doing it based on us, man. And like I said, I'll say this one more time, bro. They have done a number. They have duped us. They have created a history that got you inferior and these people superior. And the whole process of, the whole process, we accept this. And then when we do get information that shows us, nah, we was on some superior shit, bro. Because like I said, they will tell if it's 100 of us in the room, right? And we had this clown up there talking in front of us, right? He would say that he would make it emphatically and say, if he would emphatically say that our ancestors was freed in 1865. Now we can find research that shows others through your genealogy, through history that they are hiding. You know what I'm saying? You can find information that'll show you your people wasn't freed at no time. So, and they just blank. They can say that like that applies to all. That applies to every black person in America. Without saying, well, you know what, your people might have been free, or your people might have been free for a long time, or etc. They don't say none of that. They don't even give you the indication of that. Let's play some more. Hold on. I think that's the end of the video. Hold up. Let me see.
Yeah, that's the end, bro.
Oh, your boy Garfield. Let's see what he's talking about.
I just came from over there, bro. I was just over there beating up on him, Rob Boy, and True Story. Just now left over there. Just now. That's why I was quiet. If you was asking me something, I had the shit muted. Them niggas talking about elbows running, had to pop up on them right quick. Like, what's up? Anyone of y'all want to fade? Garfield, Rob Boy? They was all quiet.
Crickets, right? It was all crickets, right?
Yeah.
The usual, man. These niggas they want to sit up there and talk like that's some bitch ass nigga shit.
All they want to do is ask me a bunch of random ass questions.
Yep.
Nigga, talk about the shit that I talk about. I know y'all niggas watch what I say. Y'all just seen me on Sinetas. Come talk them claims that I was making. Other than that, shut the fuck up. Y'all ain't want no smoke.
Yeah, they got another agent up here. Yeah, they don't want the smoke. They don't want it, man. And like I said, at the end of the day, you know, we make ourselves available for any of this, for any criticism or any of this shit that these people think that they can stand.
Like I just told Rob Boy, if you want to get that fade again, what's up? You ain't got to keep running and looking for elbows. I'm right here. Garfield, I don't want to hear your mouth. You already said you don't want nothing. And anybody else on here can get that work too. That's why I just told him, like, boy, we ain't running for no fades. Boy, we at y'all doorstep. You understand me?
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm gonna play this video real quick. Hold on.
So we turn data into narrative.
I'm black. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Everyone loves Once Upon a Time, and basically, I'm a storyteller. But the story I'm telling is a unique story that you've never heard before. It's a story about you. It makes me weepy. It's quite exciting. I love it. And I feel like Santa Claus. When someone sits down across from me, I go, man, I'm about to blow your mind. You have no idea what's going to hit you. And people are. They're deeply moved. This is some show you got here.
5,000 people or something. And she announced it. She just had the test, and then she was Zulu.
So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business. It said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles. And I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man. She made that up herself. It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. You know? I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
Someone sits down across from me, I go, man, I'm about to blow your mind, man. We're going to play that again. I mean, this shit right here been surfacing around for like the last 5 years. But a lot of people haven't heard it, or they don't go back and check out the old videos where we was building on a lot of this stuff. But once again, out his own mouth, right? No idea what's going to hit you. And people are. They're deeply moved. This is some show you got here.
5,000 people or something. And she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business. It said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles. And I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man. She made that up herself. It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. You know? I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you can take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
Damn, he killed them.
My dude, you heard it. Y'all heard it out your own. Y'all heard it from the horse's mouth, man. Y'all heard it from the horse's mouth. You know what I'm saying? And you know what though? Let's be glad that we're on a superior end of this shit. And these Pan-Africans are on an inferior end of it. Let's be happy. I'd rather fuck it. We tried to help them. We tried to extend our hand to them. But these niggas want to remain to be slaves, brother.
That's it.
And look, and check this out, right? I'm going to play this shit one more time. One more time, because a lot of times this shit be going over people's head, man. Not the people in the chat room, but just the individuals who be having these contentions, right? Oh, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant. Oh, CIA, Roman agent provocateur, not a coincidence, right? He will come over here and give us an explanation for what we just heard out our own ears. And he used this MK Ultra mind trick that they taught him at the academy or whatever, at Langley or wherever they do the training for the CIA at. They taught him these mental mind games of how to convince people of something that's not true. And this is what he do. And this is what all of these niggas do. Now, some of these niggas haven't went through the same school. They're just under delusional, and their defense mechanisms is kicking in anytime that we say that we're not slaves. Because they're trying to get that bag for being a slave. Period. Right? So one more time. Let's listen to it one more time, man. Because this is very comical.
Own business. It said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. She just had the test and that she was Zulu. So it broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business. It said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles. And I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man. She made that up herself.
Hey, Empress High. They ain't bring no 400,000 Africans here. They changed it on slavevoid.org to 230,000 so-called Africans that they claim came here. Now, like I said, understand this, right? We all at one point in time thought we was an African because they applied it to all of us. They applied it to every black person living in America or North America. So at one point in time, we all thought we was Africans. But after doing further research and doing some of us doing our genealogy and some of us remembering a lot of these stories that was passed down from from your ancestors, we find out that we Indian, and we find out that we don't have no mongoloid looking people in our family or no traces of none of these people, but you do in some cases people find white. So now you have to ask, well, wait a minute, white people not indigenous to here, and they saying we came from Africa. Then we find other research. We find archaeology. We find that Negroes been in America for, for eons, man. Our existence on this continent is infinite. They can't come up with a timeline they can't come up with a timeline. Because our like I said, our existence on this plane, or what we call an Amaru, is infinite. They can't go back further enough to find out how long we've been here. If I say I'm a Tanchan, that means that I sprung from the soil. Meaning my people ain't come from nowhere. I don't believe the African slave trade no more. I don't even believe it. Because they're not dealing with Africans, it's dealing with Slavics. A slave is not an African. I know that been the condition under Darwin and Francis Galton and what we just read about them creating in superior and inferior people. We happen to be on the inferior end of that by thinking that these people had the technology to even come up here and do this. So always understand. I don't even believe they brought no Africans here at this point. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Because I know slaves are white people. So let's continue, man. Peace to God is peace to the gods, man.
It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. So I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. You know? I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What are you, crazy?
All right, y'all see that right there, right? Y'all see he's laughing and joking about the shit. As if, they're doing this shit purposely to deceive us. And he's laughing and joking about the whole shit. You understand? And it's like, it's kind of sad because people, they rely upon these people and think that these people got their best interests at hand. You know what I'm saying? They don't think that these people would deceive them or create all of these stories or create a whole campaign, a whole entertainment and educational campaign to place you and put you on a whole nother continent and put all this money and resources into creating all these books, or the individuals who write these books was trained through the general education system. So now they're writing books according to what they know, according to what they've been told. Some of these people are Masons. Some of them are in secret societies to where they know what the game is under eugenics. Eugenics is basically all of these Europeans still deal with eugenics. All of them. All of the governmental entities, Rome, all these places deal with eugenics, bro. Because it's pseudoscience that's basically like we just read, to make you inferior and make them superior, right? So we're gonna go into this, and I'm gonna play this other joint real quick, man. Share the video. I like the video. If you like to donate, you already know what time it is. So let's get back into something else. Since we are talking about DNA, right? So let's see, because I got a lot of shit going on here. All right, this is my other article. Give me 1 second. All right, so let me see. Let me move this. Oh, you know what? It's in this one. This is the one I was looking for. I think this is it. Hold up. Because one of them was talking about Oprah and being related to Genghis Khan and all this other shit. All right, it's this one right here. Boom. So let me read this one real quick. All right. So it reads, and let me go to the top. This is Live Science, and this is genetic ancestry test, mostly hype, says scientist says. So A1 ain't saying it. The scientist is saying that this shit is hype and it's false and it's fake, right? And it's pseudoscience, right? So, all right. So several companies now claim that for as little as $100 and a swab of the inner cheek, they can reveal a person's family tree and ancestral homeland. But more than a dozen scientists from various backgrounds say such recreational genetics are vanity tests, right? And saying have significant scientific limitations and rely on misconceptions about race and genetics. Okay? So, all right, so if you are a test taker, it is just interesting to find out where there are some people in the world that share the same DNA as them. Then these tests can certainly tell them that, says Deborah Belnick of the University of Texas and University of Texas in Austin. But they're not going to tell you every place or every group in the world where people share your DNA, nor would they necessarily be able to tell you exactly where your ancestors live, what race or social group they identify with. AP, you still with me, bro?
Yes, sir.
What does that sound like, right? What I just read right there.
Meaning that if you look up on a test and they telling you come from somewhere and that you're part of these people here, they're a goddamn lie. That's what I'm getting out of it.
And who's saying it? Is it am I saying it? Or
12
is AP
genetics from
saying it?
various different studies groups.
Mm.
Different
Very
genetics in different fields.
all right, very interesting, right? So once again, for the people on the back of the slow bus, we're gonna read this one more time. Okay? We're gonna read this one more time. And this is crucial right here. If a test taker is just interested in finding out where there are some people in the world that shares the same DNA as them, then these tests can certainly tell them that, says Deborah Balsnick of the University of Texas in Austin. But they're not going to tell you every place or every group in the world where people share your DNA. Nor will it necessarily be able to tell you exactly where your ancestors lived. In the case of African Americans, what did Henry Louis Gates show Tina Turner? 5 different fucking countries, my dude. 5 different countries. Right? Mic check. Let me get a mic check real quick.
Mic check. You good? You good? I'll let you know.
I'm good. All right. Okay. All right. So, are we clear on this, people in the chat room? Are we clear on this? Right. So check this out. Let's go. Let's read some more. Right. So boom. So it say, nor will they necessarily be able to tell you exactly where your ancestors lived, or in quotations, y'all, what race or social group they identify with. Now, this is a quote. This is a quote. This is a quote because it's in quotations. You can see the quotations. I got it highlighted and everything, right? So let's go down some more. So check this out. A popular trend, right? And a trend don't mean it's absolute because it's a trend. It means that it's just something that was created through propaganda to make you stray towards what everybody else is doing, right? Pretty much you're a follower, right? And you just believe in nonsense, right? Now listen to this, right? Listen to this. More than 460,000 people has purchased genetic ancestry tests in the past 6 years. According to recent studies, that trend is likely to increase. Thank the Pan-Africans, right? Scientists says, fueled by hyped promises from companies selling the test and by news stories, right? We read that in the dissertation yesterday, right? About how they was hyping this shit up, about how they was using entertainers. We just looked at some of the entertainers that they was using, right? And all of the entertainers both had some type of, the conversation was surrounding about them being Aboriginal to a certain point, right? One can conclude that, right? All right, so hype by promises from companies selling the test and by news stories about test takers. Now check this out. Who did he just mention? Such as Oprah Winfrey learning she is Zulu or a Floridian, right? It's a accountant being told he's descended from a Mongolian warlord named Genghis Khan. Now check this out. They say, but such results are beyond the capabilities of current tests. So they don't have the capability to even do this at this point in time, right? So what Henry Louis Gates just showed Tina Turner is pseudoscience. He gets straight lied to her, my dude. He gets straight lied to her on the fact of DNA, right? Now look, and what they doing is this, right? They're telling you, because they think we mix with Europeans, right? So when you say you're African American, now they're putting your samples among Europeans as well. It's not just conclusive, because he said she was 34%. So I don't know why he would show five different. That 34% is a large percentage of DNA. That's a third. That's like 1/3, right? So it said, but such results are beyond the capabilities of current tests, scientist says. In the Genghis Khan example, the company that performed the test, Oxford Genetics, do not have DNA samples from the Mongol warlord himself because his tomb has never been found. I gotta get a bomb on here, man. Not a real bomb, but just a bomb sound. Like once you drop some heavy information, you hear the sound, boom. I'm only saying that just for the algorithm. I'm not talking about a physical bomb. I'm talking about a sound bite of a boom after we drop this incredible information, just for the people to know that this is some heavyweight shit. Okay? Share the video, like the video, and if you like to donate, you already know where it's at. So look, let's go back into this right here, right? So from what we just read, right, an accountant was told that he descended from a Mongol warlord. And after further going through the article, we find out that this is beyond their capability, and the current test does not have that type of science to back it, right? All right, so it says in the Genghis Khan example, once again, I'm going to reiterate this. The company that performed the test, the Oxford Genetics, did not have DNA samples from the Mongol warlord himself because his tomb has never been found. Instead, the company found that the accountant had a set of genetic markers very common to the people in Eurasia, and particularly in areas where Genghis Khan conquered. The rest was influence, right? There's nothing to actually tie him to him, Boston said. It could have been some other guy alive at the time who slept around a lot, right? This is what she's saying, right? So let's go look. So height promises, right? Height promises. Most genetic ancestry tests involve the analysis of small snippets of DNA passed down through the mother or through the father. These tests can identify related individuals who share a common maternal or paternal ancestor, even where in the world people with your genetic signature live today. A common misconception about genetic ancestry testing, Bostic said, is that it can reveal information about an individual ancestry. Period. She says it cannot. Look, says it cannot. You pseudo scientists. You niggas keep on telling us, or have you did your DNA? Well, have you done any reviews or research on whether or not DNA is absolute before you tell us to go pay some money for some pseudoscience? Interesting, right? People assume these tests can tell you race or ethnicity and reveal exactly where your ancestors live or exactly what social group they identify with. She said, recently in the website Ancestry.com rolled out a new service that allows people to mail in DNA samples to see if they have a genetic cousin in the company's database and reveal their ancient origin. Yo, listen, like I said, man, listen, the gig is up, my dude. The gig is up. And I'm only doing this so we all know when these niggas talk about DNA, we have to look at them like they should be on a small bus. Because they haven't researched any of this shit to see whether or not it's absolute. DNA is not absolute. So how are you gonna tell? How you gonna sit here and tell the scientist that said out her own mouth? Like she's a scientist. I'm not a scientist. I'm an observer. I'm an observer. People assume these tests can tell you race or ethnicity or reveal exactly where your ancestors live or exactly what social group they identify with. She said. Recently, the website Ancestry.com rolled out a new service that allows people to mail in DNA samples to see if they have a genetic cousins in the company's database and reveal their ancient origin. One problem, right, with this approach, scientists says, is that because such tests analyze less than 1% of a person's genome, they will miss most of the person's relatives. 5 countries, right? He just showed Tina Turner, right? 5 countries. And I'm trying. Y'all know I be fucking up when I be because it be a lot of shit going on or whatever. But I'm trying to be clear and concise with what being said as I can. To let you know, when these people sitting up here running around here telling you to go take a DNA test, the scientists, look, the scientists themselves, look, so again, several companies now claim that for little as $100 and a swab of the inner cheek, they can reveal a person, family tree, or ancestry homeland. But more than a dozen, nigga. More than a dozen, as well as this, though. Don't forget, my dude. You already know how this shit go down. You already hold up. I think it's this one. Is it this one? It might be this one. It might be this one. This is it, right? So they got more than a dozen scientists, right? So more than a dozen could be 100. It said more than a dozen. It ain't giving us a limitation on how far. More than a dozen could be 1,000 scientists for all we know. Okay. But along with that, we also got this from the Scientific American. Genetic ancestry testing is an inexact science, nigga. It's not absolute. It's not absolute. Task force says. Now we done went through this. I might go back through it or whatever, but they got a task force for genetic ancestry tests. Companies. Because they pseudoscience. We just went back. We can see on the eugenics page right here, right? We just seen a connection to the eugenics movement and the Human Genome Project. So we already know who was the people who participated in creating race and ethnicity for their benefit, right? For their benefit, once again, right? We know who is responsible for creating race and ethnicity. We know who's responsible for the out of Africa theory too. Eugenics. That's who's responsible for it. Now, time and time again, we have read that eugenics is pseudoscience, just like this DNA is pseudoscience. Let's continue, man. Let's continue, because I don't think y'all hear me. Let me see what's going on. Can I get a mic check? Can I get something? God damn. So look, I mean, at the minimum, right? Any of these dudes pulling up DNA or saying anything about fucking DNA, right? You should look at them. You should definitely be concerned of these individuals, because more than likely they didn't took the jab too. You know, that shit just goes together. You know what I'm saying? They took the jab. They take all these different medications that's being prescribed by them, not knowing that there is a cure to every illness and disease. Allegedly, there's a cure to every illness and disease. Allegedly. I allegedly say that, right? But everything is big fucking business, right? Everything is big business. So once again, but more than a dozen scientists from various backgrounds says such recreational genetics or vanity, they call them vanity tests, nigga. Or and these niggas is making them rich. Some of these Pan-Africans that took 3 or 4 tests. They making these people rich. Right? But more than a dozen scientists from various backgrounds said such recreational genetics or vanity tests have significant scientific limitations and rely on misconceptions about race and genetics. Now let's go back down to where we was at, just for the people who happen to be getting off the slow bus, right? So let's go down. I think I was right about here. All right, yes, I was in this area right here. All right. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna start back where I was at originally, right? Right here. Recent website Ancestry.com rolled out a new service that allows people to mail in DNA samples to see if they have genetic cousins in the company database and reveal their ancient origins. One problem with this approach, scientist says, is that because such tests analyze less than 1%, as we've been saying, right, of a person's genome, they will miss most of the person's relatives. Now these niggas think that this 1%, they're looking for some created haplogroups, right? And through the DNA is telling you certain mutations, right? But you can, them same people can have the same mutation and never not have no relations to you. So they can, oh, they got, because they got this mutation, and they don't even really know what the mutation is actually caused by. So it's more pseudoscience. They don't even know what the mutation is actually caused by. Because like the scientist said in this one, right? They go another one, right? Medical Daily, right? They go picture some Slavic women going to go visit some Aboriginal brothers. I don't know where, but they there, right? And look, she look amazed once again, right? We're gonna go back into the other article, right? And once again, we have another person put emphasis on all humans share large amounts of DNA, which means individual ancestry tests can't reliably trace your genetics very far without other evidence, right? Genetic genealogy tracking has become big business. Now we have another company, another website or scientific website or someone who deals with science or biology, right? We hear another one of them pointing that out before they even get into whether or not this shit is real or fake. They already telling you that what the genetic companies are basically advertising it for, right? They're trying to get some money. They're trying to get some money, my dude. And that's what happening. We already see that this shit is pseudoscience. We already got too many articles. We already heard too many other scientists. We already heard the works when it comes to DNA. So you should never let nobody present DNA to you as if it's absolute. It can't trace you to no ancestry land. So if it can't trace you to no ancestry land and your ass been here for 400 fucking years, there's no way that they can trace you to Niger, Cameroon, Ghana. No, this is a play that they've been running on you people, and you people fell for it. So genealogy tracking has become big business. Let me highlight that for you guys, just so you can see. Big business. Big business, nigga. Money in the bank. Stacks of money. You know how these niggas be holding the money up to their ear like the phone, but with the phone and shit? That's how these crackers is doing. Or not just crackers, because a lot of these people, small hats, that's creating this pseudoscience, right? With many companies charging, now they say up to 300 in this one. The last one was 100. They didn't stepped it up on y'all. They didn't stepped it up with y'all on y'all. With many companies charging up to 300 to trace a DNA to a specific historical figure or ethnic group in the distant past by analyzing ancestry tests. A group of scientists, now we got another group, right? We have another group. Now offer a public warning. Nigga, a public warning. Like this shit detrimental. It's detrimental to your ass, right? That they had to offer a public warning, nigga, that these ancestry tests has little what? Scientific backing. The gig been up, man. The gig been up a long time ago, man. Shout out to the Aborigines, man. North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands, man. Shout out to the gods. Shout out to the goddesses. If you
You
are
going
descendant,
in, bro? You going in?
once again, AP, man. Shout out to the ancestors, man, for reviving me, man, and allowing me to do a build. You know what I'm saying? Definitely shout out to the ancestors, man. Shout out to the elves as well, right? But check this out, right? Oh my God, this is hilarious, right? Now, once again, right? A group of scientists, not A1, not AP, not Sister Betty, not my brother Truth, not Ab TV, not Chief Holiday, not none of the individuals who talk about DNA, right? They saying a group of scientists. So we're doing our due diligence. We're researching, and we find out that another group of scientists now offer public warnings that these ancestry tests have little scientific backing. Now they ain't saying it. They ain't saying that's probably. They're not using it like it's like, oh, they may not have all of the scientific backing, or we believe that they don't. They're saying it emphatically. Listen to how they're saying it. A group of scientists now offer a public warning that these ancestry tests have little scientific backing. Now check out the next check out the next series of words that's coming up, right? And are often so unreliable and inaccurate that they amount to genetic astronomy or astrological, whatever. Astronomy, whatever. All right. So now they clowning it. They clowning it. They lampooning the fact that you even believe in this shit, right? Let's go a little further through this, right? Though advertisements for such ancestry testing companies give the impression that your unique DNA genealogy can tell you a specific story about your ancestry, the scientist says that the same history you get can be given to thousands of other people with a similar ethnic background, and that any number of different possibilities interpretation could come from your DNA results. Okay? Now, A1 didn't say this, but guess who did say it? Professors David Balding and Mark Thompson of the University College of London warned in a public statement. See, these niggas is trying to help us, man. Like they trying to make sure that you don't make that mistake, right? Of spending up to what? 300 pesos or 300 greenbacks or 300 Federal Reserve notes, right? Right. So A1 is not saying none of this stuff. I'm not saying it. I'm acquiring information of individuals who are in the field of biology. I'm a scientist too. You know what I'm saying? I went to school to be a dietitian. So I had to take three biologies and 4 chemistries. For real, for real. And I'm not just saying this shit just to be like, oh, okay, nah. I went through it, I did it, I completed it, and that's something I can say I actually did. But I'm not making a claim about these false DNA tests. Professor David Baldwin and Mark Thompson and the other scientists that we just read about is actually saying. And see, these guys go as far as to warn you in a public statement from the Sense About Science campaign. Look, the Sense About Science campaign. And none of these niggas who took any of these DNA tests, looked through the reviews, looked through other opposing information of people who wasn't agree with it. They just went and just did it. Oh, this certain thing is available after we have this certain thing or this certain thing that went on for a period of time that start with a C, right? So now this certain thing that start with a J is available. Get in line, Negroes. You see motherfuckers on Facebook. And the same thing even with the voting shit, man. They run so many plays on you motherfuckers. It's ridiculous, man. And I just be sitting back like, yo, I be trying like, yo, certain people who I'm close with that I really care about. We can't even have these conversations. We can't even have it. Because see, there's two, there may be more than two type of people. I just in regards, I'm just trying to give an analogy, right? But let's say, for example, right? So you got the Negroes, you know, that read a lot, that think they woke because they're reading information that's given to them from people who are part of these Masonic and secret societies that are carrying out the mission for the eugenics, because eugenics is all of this shit. Eugenics is the CIA, FBI, the Nazis, all of the Romans, all of that shit is through eugenics, my dude. Everything, and it's all pushing, it's all propaganda in the same goddamn campaign. Okay? Let me see what's going on. Look, man, listen, like I said, y'all, like I'm doing this for y'all. I know about all this shit already. I know about all of it. And I ain't gonna say I've been know about everything because I'm constantly updating my information too. But as far as DNA and a lot of this other shit, when these niggas are arguing, like I'll say this real quick, right? Do you know that there's a law that all the human remains that they find in America automatically go to Native Americans, nigga? Did y'all know that? So these is and look, Native Americans already said they did not build the mounds. So why are they taking responsibility, or why are they responsible for the artifacts and archaeology that's found in the mounds? And the niggas around the corner shooting each other up, blasting rap music, 4 blunts in the mouth, taking lean syrup, and meanwhile they just going right up in there, boom, taking the treasures, taking the real shit. And niggas like, oh, that's my op right there. Get him. Niggas, boom, 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 boom type shit. You already know what time it is, man. You already know what time it is. You already know how this shit goes. Oh, we gonna go first. AP, what time you going? What time you going on, man?
Whenever you done, brother. No rush. No rush.
Man, last nigga, don't say that. What we at? 2 hours already? 2 hours 38 minutes. Don't say that, bro. We can go all day with this shit right here. We gonna make a lampoon of these people. But I got a video I'm gonna play real quick about the Lost Confederate. But before I do that, we're gonna go back into some more literature dealing with this DNA. So just in case, if they can say whatever they want to say about AP. I mean, I'm not saying AP, my bad. About me, about A1. They can say whatever they want to say about me. But one thing you better say is that A1 do show sources. He do show sources. That's one thing you can say, that I show sources. So hit that like button, man. Definitely share this video out. And once again, if you like to donate, you already know where to go. Now let's go back into this, all right? So we was all right. So we was touching on this about the what was this? Oh, I think I'm past. Hold on, let me see something. My bad. I'm trying to get this shit. Oh, there you go. All right. So DNA ancestry tests are meaningless. Meaningless, nigga. Meaningless. And these niggas pop out like, look, I'm from Cameroon. Look, they just pop out on one of us and shit, right? And they be like, look, I'm from Cameroon. It's my people right here. I'm from over here, right? What old girl say? Do I need to pull up her video or what the fuck she said? Matter of fact, you know what? Why not? Let me see something. Let me. Oh my God, this shit is funny, right? So hold up, hold up for a second, y'all. Look, hold up for a second. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me finish this shit right here, man. All right, so fuck it, man. I'll read the whole shit again because I went off on a rant about some other shit that ain't. It's always related. Everything is always related. It might not be in the same content, but it's all related. All of this shit applies. Everything I'm saying is on that application, nigga. So it all applies, nigga. So a group of scientists now offer a public warning. And what we was talking about was DNA companies, right? So other scientists are concerned about the public. So they came up with a public warning that these ancestry tests has little scientific backing and are often now often there's a when you say often is kind of dealing with a percentage, right? Or how often he oftenly goes to the Cheesecake Factory, or he oftenly goes to the park and work out, right? So often is more than usual, right? Right? However it go, right? So they have little scientific backing and are often, meaning a lot, so unreliable. Move, cat, man. Hold up, man. Hold up for a second, man. Let's go. Fuck out of here. Go ahead, go over there. I ain't mean to, I don't talk to her like that, but she just be extra fucking aggravating sometimes. Yeah, you. All right. So look, so a group of scientists now offer a public warning that these ancestry tests have little scientific backing and are often so unreliable and inaccurate that they amount to genetic astrology. Through advertisement for these ancestry testing companies, give the impression that your unique DNA genealogy can tell you a specific story. He just told Tina Turner a specific story about her ancestry, right? The scientist says that the same history you can be given that you can get can also be given to thousands of other people with similar ethnic backgrounds. And that number of different possibilities, right? When Lil Yos and Ali Bamu, we was talking about statistics, and when you're dealing with them F tables and them S tables, right? That nobody in the classroom got the same answer because the shit is incorrect math. It's all dealing with it's all it's how do I want to say this? It's not absolute, period. It's possibilities once again, right? Interpretation could come from your DNA results. Now, Professor David Baldwin and Mike Thomas of the University College of London warned in a public statement from the Sense About Science campaign group that you cannot look at DNA and read it like a book or a map of a journey. without supporting historical evidence, meaning genealogy, right? Meaning genealogy, right? So let's finish this up, right? Let's go back to we going back to the other article, right? We're going back to this one right here. Live science. Genetic ancestry test mostly hype, said scientists, right? So we was right here. Recently, the website Ancestry.com rolled out a new service that allows people to mail in DNA samples to see if they have genetic cousins in the company's database and reveal their ancient origins. One problem with the approach, says scientist says, is that because such tests analyze less than 1% of a person's genome, they will miss most of a person's relatives. Now go figure that, right? If you take a mitochondria test, you'll learn something about your mother lineage, right? Bosnick said. If you go back 10 generations, that tells you something about only one or more than 1,000 ancestors. Such tests also cannot account for recent migrations of people from their ancient homeland, right? Recent migrations of people from their ancient homeland, right? Go figure that, right? Present day patterns of residency are rarely identical to what existed in the past, and social groups have changed over time in the name of composition, the scientists wrote, right? So let's keep going. So Bosnick and her colleagues encourage professionalism, professional genetic and anthropological associations to issue public statements about genetic ancestry testing that urge either caution. Now look, she's also given a public warning, right? Right? She also given a public warning, right? So it said Bosnick and her colleagues, meaning they probably it's probably a whole lot of them, bro. Colleagues, okay? It's probably a whole lot of them, along with the other shit we just read, right? Encourage professional genetic and anthropological association to issue public statements about genetic ancestry testing that urge either caution on part of consumers or set limit on the claims companies can make. So the claims company can make that you can sing your boy right here, right? Hold on, I think it's, let me see something. No, I think I went past it because you seen the claim he made to Tina Turner. That was the other video. I don't, matter of fact, you know what? Fuck it, man. It's all related, right? I think it was this one.
But most of the former slaves entered the Reconstruction era with unparalleled hope. Build
Live your whole life.
I think it's right here. Oh, I went to. Oh shit.
1% Native American. You know how your family has always thought that you had all this Native American heritage?
Yes.
It was white heritage that you had.
All this time, I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the tribe of Europe. Your results are all over the map.
Now look, her results. I can't see what country this is right here, but it's a Bizsalt. I don't know. I can't see the country because it's blocking the screen. But we see Cameroon, We see Niger, Sudan, and Kenya. Right now, look, he's not an expert. He's not a scientist or none of that shit, right? Now, look, since such tests cannot account for recent migrations or people from their ancestral ancient homeland, present-day patterns of resonance are rarely identical to what existed in the past, and social groups had changed over time. In the name of composition, the scientists wrote. Bosnick and her colleagues encouraged professional genetic and anthropological associations to issue public statements about genetic ancestry testing that urge either caution on parts of consumer or set limits on the claims companies can make. Personally, I would like to see some independent source of this information about these tests so consumers can go somewhere besides the companies themselves and get information about the test can and cannot tell them, Bosnick said. Now, look, this is what you do. You read and find these people that's talking about it, that's telling you it's pseudo. And this man is looking this woman in the face, this look.
We couldn't find an exact match, but all these are close.
Look at her face. She look like, nigga, you lying to me, nigga. You look like you lying to me. I ain't from all these fucking places. Now, think of it like this too, right? Think of it like this, right? According to what they tell you with history, right? They would claim that the Europeans that was part of the slave trade, they all didn't go in the same fucking area. So the French didn't go in Sudan, or if they did go in Sudan, they, you know, the Portugal and the Spanish wasn't there. So they let you tell, yo, yeah, we was going to each one of these European nations was going to all of these different places, and we was pulling slaves. So how the fuck they mix? If the United States had separate slaves that came straight from a certain part of Africa, right? That would mean that the majority of people that they got came from that same place. If you even believe that shit. You already know I don't believe, ain't no European snatched nobody from nowhere. They was the ones that was being transported on ships.
And are all possibilities. Right. You can pick from, you can identify with these people from Guinea-Bissau, yeah, and the Kasanga people, or you could identify with people from Mali. I mean, it could be either one. That we don't know. Mm-hmm. But we know it has to be one of these tribes because...
Once again, he is fucking lying to this lady. You understand? Once again, he's lying. Okay, let's see what else we got up here. Let me just clear the table. All right, so we already kind of went through this one yesterday, right? But I'm gonna go back into this one real quick, and then I'm gonna open the panel up if anybody want to come on the panel and talk about this until AP get roll. Oh, matter of fact, you know what? Nah, I got a video I'm about to play, so I'm gonna finish it off with the DNA sector of it, and then I'm gonna go to the video, right? All right. So, how accurate are online DNA tests, right? So, the age of consumer genomic has arrived. Nowadays, you can send a vial of spit in the mail and pay to see your unique genetic code. Relates to all manner of human activity, from sports to certain diets, skin creams, and preferences for fine wine, even dating. The most widespread popular companies in the market analyze ancestry, and the biggest of these are 23andMe and Ancestry DNA, both with more than 5 million users in their database. And we talked about the databases yesterday, how people set up, how people have to register, and as they constantly create lies and shit, you constantly get updates, right? Or how they constantly create more pseudoscience to go along with the pseudoscience you already been exposed to. they add to it, right? So look, these numbers dwarf the numbers of human genome, right? Human genome in the scientific database, human genome. Remember, we seen this, right? We seen that the eugenics had, they was dealing with the human genome. Somehow these people is connected, right? Somehow they's connected to all of it, right? So let's go back into this. All right. So I say that the numbers dwarf the numbers of the human genome in scientific databases. Genetic genealogy is big business. Once again, somebody putting emphasis on niggas making money, 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 money. Okay? They put emphasis on it. Anytime they put emphasis on it, you always gotta be skeptical and wary of whether or not this shit is absolute or is the main thing for it to be entertainment, educational, or vanity test, as the scientists said, right? So they just want that bread. And it ain't just about the money. It's also, but I believe, this is what I believe, right? And don't quote me on this, but this is just a belief that I've got, right? That they created these DNA tests. Well, eugenics was definitely created for our people, for the American Aborigines, right? It was definitely created for that, right? DNA was definitely created for African Americans. And in the process, it's other people who decided, let me take my DNA. But I think it was purposely created for us. That it was a think tank, it was a group, it was a meeting, it was all of these prominent usual suspects that we hear of. I'm not going to elaborate on names. Use your mind, use your thinking, or use common sense to understand what I'm talking about, right? And they came together and they said, you know what? We want to, and because it's a two-way street. They deceiving us and they getting your money. They purposely deceiving you, but then the catching, and we can get a lot of money just by putting together this pseudoscience. And these people never gonna be smart enough to check out to see whether or not it's real or not. They gonna believe whatever we show them. If we say that they're related to a monkey, they're gonna fucking believe it. So let's continue, right? So the numbers dwarf the numbers of the human genome in a scientific database. Genetic genealogy is big business and has gone mainstream. But how accurate are the tests truly? Right? Scientific America, right? You can subscribe to this to this site, right? Hold up. All right. First, a bit of genetic 101. DNA is the code in your cells. It is the richest but also most complex treasure trove of information that we've ever attempted to understand. 3 billion individual letters of DNA roughly organized into 23 pairs of chromosomes, although one of those pairs is not a pair. Half the time, men are XY and women are XX, we know, right? The DNA is arranged in around 20,000 genes. Even though database remain about what the definition of the genes actually is, and rather than genes, almost all of your DNA, 97% is a smorgasbord. Y'all know what a smorgasbord is, right? Smorgasbord is like a board of like different charcuterie. When I say charcuterie, say fucking deli meat or lunch meat, or what else they fucking use, sausages and all that type of shit, right? The control region. So that means that 98% of your DNA is basically like is unorganized. It's not properly organized. because on a smorgasbord they put shit anywhere and you just eat from it, right? The control regions, scaffolding a huge chunk of repeated sections. Some of it's just garbage left over from billion years of evolution. Okay? Hold up. So let's go on. Hold up. Modern genetics has unveiled a picture of emerging complexity, one that we don't fully understand. Although we are certainly a long way from Mendel and his peer experiment, which first identified the units of inheritance we know as genes. Throughout the course of the 20th century, we gain, and look, Mendel, I'm quite sure I've done some research on this guy, right? But let's continue, right? So throughout the course of the 20th century, we gain a firm grasp of the basic of biological inheritance, how genes are passed from one generation to another, and how they encode the proteins that all life is built of or by. It is the 1980s we identify genes that has mutated in 1980, right? That has mutated, making faulty proteins, which could cause terrible disease such as citrus fiopris. Fiopris, my bad, or molecular dystrophy, for example. Sorry about that, y'all. So as this one kind of go into pretty much the same thing of the other two articles, and they pretty much allude to. I don't feel like reading. I mean, I'm gonna play this video because we already then went through mad. We didn't went through, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We went through 6 different sources, right? We went through 6 different sources, and also we showed other people views on DNA and what DNA can't tell you. And we found out that of course, we know 99.9% of all human beings share the same genes, right? Or the same DNA patterns, right? We also learned that it can't tell you race or ethnicity. We also learned that it's big business and it's inaccurate and it has little to no scientific backing. So we have learned enough about DNA to know that it's not absolute, and for Pan-Africans or any other people to be referencing these companies that's getting money up to $300 for it, right? And they emphatically say it's big business. And they got yours truly, Henry Louis Gate. They probably get that nigga a fat check. They probably get that nigga probably $100 million to do that show, to deceive us, man. Who knows? They probably get him more than that, man. They probably get out. Who knows what they done gave him for that? Well, we know they pay their agents very good. We know that for a fact. So I'm gonna stop this part right here. I think we've been rocking out 3 hours. So we've been rocking out for 3 hours, man. Before I go into the next sequence, right? Are we clear? Did everybody understand what we went through as far as DNA? Cause like I said, I was trying to be clear and concise as possible. Are we clear? I'm talking to people in the chat room. All right. So I hope from this point in time, right? Any of these clowns, and matter of fact, you know what? Shit. Let me see. I think I didn't drop these, but I'm gonna give them to y'all now, so y'all can have them too, just for y'all research, or just in case if you couldn't see the screen and you want to have it So this is the second one. This is a dissertation. And like I said, this dissertation has a lot of sources. I was going through that earlier, but we went through it yesterday, so I didn't need to go through it in its entirety, because like I said, some of that shit I'm gonna save. So the next time we get a chance to deal with these clowns, you already know what time it is. So and I think this is the other one. All right. All right, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm going to play a little bit of the video from last night with the brothers, the Lost Confederate, that went on Sinetta channel yesterday, and they was kind of cooking, man. They was cooking over there, man. They wasn't standing down, bro. And like I said, when we go up there, these dudes be MIA. They don't come around. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about Sinetta and his minions. They don't come around. They send the usual suspects, the peon niggas, the YKs, the truth, the not a coincidence, the King Cass, and all of the rest of the individuals who are part of the troll family. Right? So let's rock with a little bit, man. Let me see something real. That was from yesterday. No, we don't need to go into that. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let me go back out.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any fancy editing software.
Right? Then we could say that is United States of America. Prior to that,
this is talking about a treaty that pretty much moved a group of Americans, the Seminoles, west of the Mississippi into present-day Oklahoma. But what we want to point out within this treaty is that they did this in the independence of, which basically means that without the consent of Congress or the consent of the United States government. So we go down here. Let me back up real quick.
And gospel. So that's my thoughts, is that it's the lack of information and the ignorance of us, not in a bad way, but really the ignorance of us not knowing that there is actual government documentation that will prove otherwise.
All right. Chief Biko, are you for reparations or against reparations?
I'm definitely for, reparations and restitution, what we call it. As far as the way they're going about trying to get those, it's not going to happen. Can't give reparations to a color. We've never been written into this system we call the United States of America. There's no lawful definition for Black, colored, Negro, African American. So if we're not represented within this government, then how can they ever repair something that they never acknowledged in the first place, if that makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
We've never been written into any documents.
Right.
So what we have to do is kind of step outside of that, understand who we are from this land, that this system has never been created for us. We may call it racism, white supremacy, which that if you're believing that, then you just automatically think you're a minority. Segregation is not built for us, so it's going to look like that for us or towards our group of people. Why would a PlayStation 2 game work on the Xbox? It's not going to. That game is not meant for that. So we can kind of understand that, put that thinking cap on and say, okay, if we step outside of that, then all of this stuff is basically military occupation, which we're going to.
The Lost Confederacy, what is that about?
Do you want to go ahead and pick up on that, Chief Paul?
Yeah, I mean, people, they, just the negative connotation with being a Confederate, again, looking at white supremacy, I think that us just stepping outside of the box and just putting things on Front Street, we created the Confederacy. We are the Confederacy. So the name, it's a lost Confederacy because most people do not know. People look at the Confederate flag and they think that, oh my gosh, how can these, Black African American people be toting or broadcasting the Confederate flag? Well, there's a history behind that, in regards to us being able to show that this government was set up on how the Confederacy was ran.
So the Confederate flag was just corrupted, you're saying, by the wrong hands that it got into it.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, go in on that, y'all.
Bingo. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. If we look at, I'm not sure, Sonnet, are you familiar with like the Iroquois Confederacy?
No.
Basically, that is the group of Aboriginal people indigenous to this land that helped the European set up their Articles of Confederation. So if you have a group of people, again, indigenous to this land that come from confederacies helping you create your own government, which started with those articles, then which supersedes which or which predates which? So there's no way a European can be a Confederate if that is an American form of government. And that's what we're going to prove today. Chief Alligator, I'm not sure if you're good. I'll let you kind of build on that. You might be lagging still.
Chief Alligator, you there? Okay, he jumped back out for a minute. So now the controversy is where there was no civil war. How are you going to show and prove to us that this war actually was fake, that there was no war at all?
We're going to do that through, again, government documents. Let's look at it like this. Every business, every corporation has a policy and procedures, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Certain bylaws that you have to go by, correct?
Yes.
So what we're going to show, again, through all of their documentation is that they did not abide by that. What we're going to show is that Congress creates or Congress declares war. So for any scholar, any doctor, hell, you could bring Obama. Please show us the document where Congress declared a civil war. If you can do that, we will stop. We will cut off our channel. We'll go back to doing our daily lives, jobs, and everything like that. Nobody has been able to do that.
Say that again. Show us.
Show us the document where Congress declared a civil war.
Y'all hear that? Lord, you out there? You hear that?
Because again, Congress declares war. And again, all we're doing is showing the documents back to this government known as the United States United States of America. We're taking their documents, we're saying, okay, you're not abiding by your own procedures. So what is actually happening?
And then just the fact that American history is, we're basically just reverting right back to their words, their legal documents that we have learned from, that we have actually lived our whole life thinking that these things were true and were facts. And so we're not all over the board with it. We have a very concise direction that we've started and we're proceeding through, that we could show a timeline, just a chronological timeline of what real American history is. And it places us right here on this land. So we're not all over the place with it. We're not really debating whether somebody else's family came from Africa, but we are able to definitely show by documents what our intent is to prove these things that we're saying.
All right, Chief Alligator, you good?
Mic check, mic check. Am I clear?
Yes, we hear you good, brother.
Okay.
You want to add on to what we're talking about right now? We're talking about the Lost Confederacy. There was no civil war. You want to jump on in there and attack that?
Yeah, I briefly heard everybody share their story on their family tree. So I'll start off by saying I'm probably the dumbest one on this live tonight because I had the benefit of coming from a family that had structure. We had family reunions. Our first one was in 1988. I was a DJ at the second one, entering the 90s. And I'm saying that to say that on Saturday mornings, the family would always talk about the history. But because you're young, you're more focused with hanging with your cousins and doing whatever doing whatever you're doing. And it took me to chapter 4 in life. And my son asking me when he was in the 6th grade 4 years ago, he looked at me in my eyes and said, "Daddy, do we come from slaves?" And I told him, "You know what, son? I'm going to find out." And here we are. And after doing the homework and being the historian of my family of this generation, doing that homework, it didn't make sense to me that we got hundreds of acres of land dating back to 1900. Slaves don't own nothing. So then the second thing that came to my mind was, it's more than 40 acres. So we can't say you got it from 40 acres and a mule. Where did they get this land from? And following the documents took me back to realize I'm Cherokee by blood, according to this government, but we're also prisoners of war, which is what we'll get into today. A lot of us are American.
Okay, you still there? Uh-oh, he froze on me. He was able to get a lot out. That's good.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll come back. There you go.
Am I here?
Yeah.
Y'all, am I clear?
So I take it that you are against the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade. Did that happen, or are you saying no, that never happened?
Well, I'm not against the Atlantic slave trade, but after doing the research and putting the pieces of the puzzle of my family together.
Damn. Come on back in. He's coming back in. Okay,
We're gonna figure this out. No pressure, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna figure this out. What nobody talks about, and especially the teachers and the scholars amongst our people, is the human trafficking that took place in North America. Nobody talks about the Trail of Tears and the unlawful wars that went on throughout the 1800s. All we know are things like the Great Migration in the early 1900s. We're never taught that these were acts of war and they were running us out of our towns, out of our lands. People were running to New York, Chicago, Detroit to get out of the South. We're going to break that down tonight, what really happened. So yes, there was European slaves being transported across the Atlantic, and there were some people from African descent. The 1866 Indian Treaty states that. But nobody talks about the millions of Americans that were moved east of the Mississippi to west of the Mississippi.
Yeah, that's deep, brother. So who was in control of the American Europeans that was on the transatlantic slave ships?
Well, see, be careful with words. And I noticed that Chief Quietwater mentioned earlier the word native. Native is a political party that comes from up under the 1968 Civil Rights Act. I heard Chief Biko earlier mention that the word Black, Negro, and colored, Congress has never defined what that is and has never written it into law. Let's be clear on that. And I'm making a challenge to any scholar out there, prove us wrong. Provide the document where Congress makes law. We're going to get into that tonight. Show the document where Congress defines what a Negro, black, or colored is. So when Chief Biko says that language doesn't exist, the word native is a political term. After they killed Martin Luther King, they came out with the 1968 Civil Rights Act. Most of us don't know what's in that document. None of those documents had Negro, black, and colored written in it. So to go back to your statement about Americans and Europeans, Europeans cannot be Americans. The only thing they can be is U.S. citizens. They're not from America. And I'm going to go one step further. I hope that a European comes on this live tonight and challenges me in particular about the name Confederacy, because you're claiming our ancestors' form of government. And most Europeans do not know where they descend from in Europe, because they were the slaves, the homeless, and they emptied out their prisons and sent them over here. And we'll get into that with the 13th colony of Georgia.
All right, we got Lord Abbott in the chat. To me, y'all sound a lot like the Moors, with a little different spin on it, because they deal with the term black as well. And they also deal with the laws and statutes and stuff like that. So to me, you sound a lot like the brothers, the Moorish brothers. Y'all just claim to be, Indian, so to speak. So let me let you go. I'm gonna step back and allow y'all to do y'all thing and share your screen. And, because this channel is all about sourcing up to the people. So I'm gonna fall back and let y'all get it in. Go ahead, brother. Y'all got the floor.
Tenfold. Chief Biko, before you jump off right quick, I just want to make a statement real clear. Anybody on planet Earth that can show where Congress defined Negro, black, and colored in law, like they did the Indian in the 1968 Civil Rights Act, bring your document while we on live tonight. Let's run it, Chief Biko.
Say less. Go ahead and share my screen. So again, I know you said there was a lot of hoopla and a lot of, emotion probably in regards to the term Confederacy and why we say the lost Confederacy. So again, as I stated before, Confederacy is an American form of government. It predates the United States government. So understanding that and understanding exactly what Chief Alligator just stated, that a European can't be an American, why do we think a European who, again, doesn't even know where their great-grandparents come from, most of them, can be a Confederate or can be a part of a Confederacy? That's the first thing. As we can see here, we had our own bylaws, Confederate lords. If you look down, we even had certain policies and procedures that we did. Let me see if I can show rights, duties, qualifications of the Lord. Hell, we even had our own holidays. So what I'm showing in this document is that we had our own government structure. Again, people like to claim white supremacy. People like to claim racism. It's a government that was never established for our group of people. So why would it work for our group of people? I think we have to really, sit in that and understand that, hey, this is not a part of our government, or we were never meant to be a part of this government. So what were we meant to be a part of? Again, if your family comes from America. Those that don't, this ain't for you. But I'll let you all kind of go from there, Chief Quietwater.
Yeah, like you said, this document here, basically this was the basis of what everything was built on. So we had systems, policies, and procedures in place, and everything from this was developed. So it's like they took what we had already created and developed this government on, to mirror what we've already had going on.
Correct. I would agree with that. Can we build freely, Sanetta? Can we just let it flow? He might be on mute.
Yeah, he's giving us the floor to do.
Okay. Yeah. So
again.
Okay. So can I use the word nigga?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you put it in its proper perspective.
Correct. So what happens is 8 out of 10 of us are niggas. We don't know nothing about the land that our grandparents are buried in, our great-grandparents, or our 3-time great-grandparents. That makes us niggas, because we're walking around on land on top of our ancestors, and we have no idea what happened, who came over, why did we get in this position? So real briefly, the Iroquois Confederacy was who the European first encountered when he came from Europe, which we've all heard about Plymouth Rock. This is the government that the European first encountered. We come from the Muskogee Creek Confederacy. That's the southeast region, or what they call the Dirty South, or what they call the Bible Belt. So that's the only clarity I would want to add on that is looking at American history. These Europeans were coming from monarchies. They were ruled by kings and queens. They didn't know nothing about a Confederate form of government. Americans taught the European peasants how to form their republic, their government. That's all I'll say on that. But we gotta understand who's who, who's the U.S. citizen, who's from the land.
Correct. With that, I'll jump into our next document, which is basically going to show and prove exactly what Chief Alligator was just stating, as far as who was on this land.
And while you're pulling that up, again, we like to show proof of claim. Can you cite directly to that date in the bottom right corner on that map so that they can see that this map is coming straight from the Library of Congress and it predates the United States government, which was established July 4th, 1776?
Y'all can see that?
Might have to zoom in a little more.
Can you see it?
So this map that you're looking at, for those that are viewing, this map was made by this government through their Congress in 1763. This is before the United States government. And what we're showing you on this map is they clearly stated on here who the Confederates are. The Confederates are the Americans. And it also says those fake 5 civilized tribes that are residing in Oklahoma right now, why do they come from the southeast region of North America originally? These are questions we have to ask. If this map is showing Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Seminole, east of the Mississippi, how did they end up in Oklahoma? And they look white.
Questions we had to ask. But again, as stated, you're going to see all of the pretty much quote unquote 5 civilized tribes that you probably are familiar with that's living in Oklahoma right now. And where are they located in 1763? Southeast, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida. Any questions there, Sonetta? You good?
No, sir, we good.
So that's going to lead us into our next document, which is basically the establishment of Georgia, because we have to really drill down on this and understand why Georgia was established. And that is because it was established as a military buffer state. So as we see here, I'm just going to read this top little paragraph. Go ahead and see if I can zoom in. If not, is that clear on y'all end? T Quiet Water?
I'm not seeing anything.
You're not seeing the screen?
No.
Okay, hold on real quick.
See if you can zoom in as well, because there may be some youth out there that have been brainwashed through the military brainwashing facilities called school, and they need to know this information. They're not going to learn it in the classroom.
What about now?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, establishing the Georgia colony, 1732. So Georgia was established 1732. We just saw a map that says 1763. So this is 31 years before that map. And what it says here in 1730s, England founded the last of its colonies in North America. The project was the brainchild of James Oglethorpe, a former Army officer. After Oglethorpe left the Army, he devoted himself to helping the poor and debt-ridden people of London, who he suggested settling in America. His choice of Georgia, named for the new king, was also motivated by the idea of creating a defensive buffer for South Carolina, an increasingly important colony with many potential enemies close by. These enemies included the Spanish in Florida, the French in Louisiana, and along the Mississippi River, and these powers, Indian allies throughout the region. So boom, right there. It's given us, one, why Georgia was established, and two, who they were pretty much filled with, or who this colony was filled with, which is your poor and debt-ridden people from London, England, which is in Europe. Anybody want to build off of that?
Yeah, I'll just add on and just, use that word nigga again. If your family tree goes back to Georgia and you don't know this history, this is why we don't have respect as a group of people. We don't know what happened on the land. So that's what we talk about on our channel at the Lost Confederacy. We're all about educating our people and helping them understand that we're buried in a shallow grave on our own land. Everything that we've done that the world benefits from is buried in a shallow grave under the story of slavery. So you got to ask yourself, okay, if slavery are part of my story, what about all the inventions that the world reaps benefits off of today? We never ask those questions. It's just always slavery, boat, Atlantic Ocean. So I'm gonna ask anybody who's looking at this document coming out the Library of Congress, how did the European get over here to populate the 13th colony known as Georgia? Didn't they come across that Atlantic? Didn't they just tell you that they got rid of their debt-ridden and their people from prison? If you in prison, aren't you a slave? So why are we acting like these people came over here balling from day one? I'm gonna stop right there. Chief Choir, what do you want to build on that?
Yeah, and I just think that we just need to keep in mind. I think people just need to, you know, look at it from a different light. Like, this is their documents. Again, I'll continue to say that we're reading from. This is not anything that we're just making up. This is not a belief system. This is nothing that we're just pulling out of the air. We're literally citing that to, you know, these documents, and it goes total opposite of what we were taught, you know, in school in regards to what American history is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And shoot, that's going.
You hit that like button, man. Share the video out. And if you like to donate, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. Now, you brothers and sisters is going in. They're definitely going in. You know, some of the conversation that they saying is familiar to what was being said by some of us, as well as other Aboriginals, right? But one thing I tell you guys, and I take credit for myself, is white slaves and Negro slave owners. I didn't invent it. I didn't create it. I didn't invent it. I didn't create it. But I was one of the first people that did research on them particular topics. You know, and one thing I say too, right? The Trail of Tears. I don't really fuck with the Trail of Tears because the Trail of Tears is only dealing with 1,000 people, right? Which the 1,000 I seen was all Europeans, right? And check this shit out. Check this shit out, right? In all of the areas in the southeast, from southeast to southwest, right? Our people still lived in them areas. Our people still lived in them areas. So the Trail of Tears didn't affect a lot of people. You understand what I'm saying? It's documenting these pseudo Native Americans as Indians. That anything going through the Bureau of Affairs and going through the Dawes Road is dealing with them. Our people still was living while that's going on. Meanwhile, while that's going on, Negro still farming, Negro still doing all this, that, and third. We wasn't enumerated according to what was being created at that point in time. So we wasn't even enumerated. They started enumerating us by trying to make us create deeds and saying that they can protect us or protect our land. This is when we started to really become enumerated. A lot of that shit you see is either we was enumerating each other, right? Or they just created a lot of that shit, a lot of them numbers. So it is what it is with that, right? But I'm gonna rock some more. A peace to the guys, peace to the guys. So let's get with it.
Will lead us into exactly what we're dealing with when we say prisoners of war or military occupation. Can you all see this on my screen? I just want to make sure everything is clear.
Yeah, just zoom in just a little bit.
Zoom in, got you. So what we're looking at here, again, if your bloodline goes back to Georgia, what it says here is general militia districts. Anybody familiar with militia, they know that that is basically the foundation of this United States government's army. It starts with militias. Pretty much people have heard of Proud Boys, all kind of stuff, right? But we're showing here that they have it broken down into militia districts. If you click on these, you're able to even see pretty much their codes. So if we need to call upon, as far as I'm saying, looking at it from that European, that United States government perspective, we need to call upon a certain section to make sure that we, make sure that these niggas don't get out of hand. Because we always see who comes out whenever our group of people is protesting. It's not just, the cops, it's the National Guard, militia, etc. When it's the other people, the people that is actually meant for this government, it's all good. You can run up in their Congress buildings with guns. So again, what we're showing today is that one, the system's not was never built for us, and that we're under military occupation. And what we're going to do is prove that there was no civil war. You want to build off of that, Chief Quietwater?
Yeah. Basically, like you said, that this map in regards to the militia districts, we hear, we see the National Guard and everything come out when we stand up and we want to take a stand to protect ourselves, and we have to get a whole force to come against us. And I think that, again, we just need to open up our eyes to know that this stuff dates back to far before, it dates back, but it's still happening today. So I think that we just need to understand that everything and mostly stuff that was going on back then is literally still happening today.
Correct, man. If I can add a caveat on that, for anybody who's willing to find out anything about your family, this information was stumbled upon me personally following the census. My oldest family members come from the state that we know as Georgia. And if you look at the census for anybody in the state of Georgia, you're going to notice it's going to say militia district on the census. And when I saw militia district, I'm thinking just like everybody on your channel, Sanetta, I'm thinking we come from slavery and, my people, even though my people got all this land, but yeah, we slaves. So I'm trying to follow this narrative, but I saw militia district. First thing came to my mind is that's military. And so as I continue to do my homework, when we say we're prisoners of war, we're showing you there's a ground floor under every state under this government, and the ground floor is the militia. They only come out when it hits the fan, and everybody saw that in 2020. Even though we got memories of a fruit fly, let's go back 3 years ago when the world stood up and we was out in all these major cities in the streets. Who did they bring out for you? Who do they always bring out for the prisoner of war on the land? They bring out their military.
Right.
Did y'all forget Kyle Rittenhouse? Mm-hmm. What about the most recent gentleman that strangled a man out in New York on the subway? So it's all in our face. It's just that we like to deal with spookism and mysticism and all these different ideologies instead of getting down to the real. What happened to my family?
Right.
So that's going to lead us straight again into this Georgia colony. And what we're going to show with this map is exactly who was running these particular areas. Make sure I can before we get started, let me again show when this map was created. So we see here, this is according to the Treaty of 1763. So again, predating this United States government by 13 years. But what we see here, Lower Creeks, Upper Creeks, Creek Indians. Now, we just saw why Georgia was established, right, as a military buffer state. Georgia, again, smack dab between South Carolina and Florida. Again, buffering those two areas, those two territories. And what we're saying is, okay, these are our group of people. The Creeks, Upper Creeks. Let me see what else we got here.
What's the largest you can blow that map up, Chief Biko? Is that the farthest you can go with it?
Let me see. I can go a little further. How does this look? It's super close on my end.
Or really the people on the other end, as long as the people can see it. I ain't mean to stop you, Bill.
No, you're good. You're good. But again, we're seeing Low Cherokees. So all of this Southeast region, what we're saying was ran by our group of people. You want to go ahead and build off of that, Chief Alligator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'll just add in again. Most of us don't know this. If you pay attention to this map, look how Georgia goes from the Atlantic Ocean, which is the East Coast, all the way to the Mississippi River. That means there was no Alabama at this point. There was no Mississippi. There was nothing west of the Mississippi that the United States government set up under a trust and named it a state. There is no Oklahoma. There is no Texas. So little simple things like this that we don't know. And I always say this and I stand on this. Show me a group of people that don't know their history, and I show you a group of people with fucked up politics. That's why we run around calling ourselves everything but American. I'm Negro, I'm colored, I'm black, I'm Afro-American, I'm Hebrew Israelite, I'm Moor, I'm a Christian. But we know nothing about what we're showing you tonight.
Right.
You know nothing about your land. That's why people come to this landmass and they have no respect for us. Because when we open our mouths, we relate rap songs to what area we grew up in. And I know that sounds cool because that's part of the new culture, but it really shows our ignorance on the world political scene. It's too many of us uneducated. Go ahead, Chief Quavo.
And then the other sad thing about it as well is that it's us who don't know our history. You know, we've ran into many situations where other people know our history more than what we really know. You know, they know this information, which is why they're, you know, the intent for them is to suppress this information and feed us with their narrative that we have run amok with. So that's the sad thing about the lack of information. We don't know this, they know it more than we do, and that's why they're suppressing it from us or have indoctrinated us to believe a totally opposite story of us being slaves.
Now, since we went ahead and established again who was running that Southeast region, who predates again this United States government, we're going to jump into another document here, which pretty much just started the whole unlawful warring that was happening on this land, on our land, which is America. Let me share my screen.
And I just want to say this, as far as Georgia, all of that was Florida. Georgia wasn't even named at that point in time. Florida went all the way into the Mississippi and went all the way. And I know, look, there's a lot of different maps. So you can get your hand across, you can get your hand on one of them maps that shows this, or shows that Georgia went all the way. Because I got a map like that too. So, you know, I've seen all of the different maps, but one of the most oldest maps that I've ever seen got Florida from the southeast board, which means Atlantic Ocean side, all the way through the Mississippi and all the way through the Yucatan Peninsula. So, I mean, it's a lot of different documentation, but I think they're doing a good job of this as far as what they're doing. What you guys think? And my family from Georgia. My family from Georgia. And I know, like, I know I got all my genealogy, but I have enough, right? On both sides, on my mother's side and my father's side, right? Right? I got all that, right? So I know y'all like, yo, why would you still call yourself a Moor? Because in my understanding, the term Moor come from moral, the Amoru people. It don't come from over there. It comes from over here. I don't have no documentation of none of my family saying that they Moors. This is my personal research. That exceeds or proceeds, right? Or exceeds what I was taught through my family, and I had to do my own research when it comes to just the history of my people here in America. And that's one of the conclusions that I came to. But I think they're doing a good job. I'm gonna fast forward it a little bit to when Lord Abba comes up there. Hold up. You're right, Jackson. Look, the Spanish, when they talk about all this Spanish activity in America, they talk about people who came back from out Andalusia. They're not talking about no actual Spaniards. They talking about people who came back from Al Andalusia, and the other ones you see with these Latin terminologies are people who converted to Catholicism. And these are other Moors that's coming over here that's also being captured and put on these plantations. So understand that, right? That's how deep this history go. You know what I'm saying? There's so many fucking valleys and peaks when it comes to this information or comes to this history, to where it's a lot of shit that can be, you know what I'm saying, that you can definitely get your hands on, and you can definitely change. I mean, it'll have you confused to where you're naturally going to form a hypothesis off of the information that you. What the hell? What the fuck that is? It's my phone. Off of the research that you are researching, or the history that you're researching, or whatever your purpose of researching the Americas, or even watching these videos or watching these live streams and hearing a motherfucker like me on a live stream. So, you know, at the end of the day, that's what we dealing with. So let's get back into some more of this. AP, you still there, man? Fuck. AP done went to sleep.
My dude, I'm right here. I'm listening in. This Chief Alligator now, I'm just listening, brother.
How you think they doing so far?
I think they dropping some critical information. I think they taking their time with it. And I think they saying a lot of critical things. A few things that we said on there. So, you know, I'm glad that these brothers are doing that. You know, I like to see this. Happy. I'm glad to see this. Real talk.
Naya, moral, forget what the Spanish say moral mean. Moral is amaru moral. That's where moral come from. The moral people of the amaru. It don't come from over there. It comes from over here. I have done all of the research. I've done the research of the Iberia Peninsula. I've done the research of Spain, Morocco, Portugal, London, Europe, all of that shit. The Tartarian. I've done all of that research, and only place I find Moro is Mauritania. Well, Mauritania. Tania means land. So it's just another place where the people of the Amaru Moru went and created another providence. But that's, like I said, that comes into, like, it's so many people who talk against this shit that don't, and I'm not saying you, Nanya, but just coming from other individuals who talk about it, who they don't know nothing about the Moors other than what other Aboriginals said. That's the only thing they know. And I put myself through the task of doing the research. I'm not just talking just to be talking. So let's get back into the video. But peace to guys, peace to goddesses, peace to Abos, Aborigines, Black Indians, Native American, Negroes who think they Native American too, right? So let's get back into it.
And while you're pulling that up, just for everybody that's listening to this bill, understand the importance of Georgia being the 13th colony. It was set up specifically to go to war against everybody in the southeast region of America. That was the only purpose for the last colony that England set up. Take off, Chibico.
Gotcha. So we see here, established 1738, again, predating this United States government. Again, right after, about 6 years after the establishment of Georgia, which again was that military buffer state, we see an attack on our group of people. And this is saying here, Fort Mose. So the first Black settlement, again, already seeing that they're trying to reclassify you. What is a Black settlement? What is that? Black settlement in what is now the United States, located just north of St. Augustine, Florida. Fort Mose played an important role in the development of colonial North.
What have we learned about St. Augustine? Ain't that one of the places they tell you that the Yamasee went into? The Yamasee went into St. Augustine with African fucking slaves, only to find out that the Yamasees, according to the mayor, he said that these are Africans who've been here before Columbus. So forget the term African, just apply a melanated person on them. But they went into St. Augustine, right? Who was also in St. Augustine when you do the research? The Timucua, the Timucuan. They was also in St. Augustine. Now I hope this brother ain't gonna allude to the fact that, or allude and say that that fort was built by these Europeans. No, that fort was built by us to protect our land. So I just want to put some emphasis on that before. I don't know which direction he's gonna go with it, but before he go in that direction, I'm just gonna actually put that out there. So let's continue.
America. So they already, again, you got to really read between the lines. They're telling you that the importance of Georgia in establishing the development of what would be the United States of America. Because again, without that military buffer state, they have no defense or no way to stop us from running everything, which we were doing. Let me see here, as Great Britain, France, Spain, and other European nations.
There you go, Nanya. You saying the Star Force of Aboriginal science. There you go. You right. But guess what, though? You see Star Force all around the world. That means our people was the ones responsible for building them in other places. You know what I'm saying? Like, so once we understand the architecture and the archaeology remains and finds, and the contrast and comparing these structures that we see in Florida all the way through Georgia, all the way through the Mississippi, all the way going into Texas, the Alamo, right? And all the way going into the Yucatan, or the Yucatan, if you will, right? Going down in them areas, we see the same architecture. Now you cross-reference that and you say, well, these people, they'll tell you that these people came here and built them. They'll tell you that these are Moorish structures, right? But they're Amaru structures, and they was created by the Moro people of the Amaru. That's how, at least how I look at it. Now, if you want to say Aborigines or Tanchans or Atlanteans, I'm cool with that too. I'm perfectly fine with that, as long as it represents our people and give our people credit for what we done. You know what I'm saying? And that's my whole premise, and that's my whole point of view of making these videos and putting the information out there. So once again, peace to guys and peace to goddesses. So let's get back into it.
Nations competed for control of the new world and its wealth. They all, in varying ways, came to rely on African labor to develop their overseas colonial possessions. Again, reading between the lines. First you got black, now you got African. If they're the same thing, why not just say African? So again, you got to really read between the lines with a lot of these documents, especially when it's coming from a narrative such as this. So relying on labor, exploiting its proximity to plantations in the British colonies in North America and the West Indies. King Charles II of Spain issued the Edict of 1693, which stated that any male slave on an English plantation who escaped to Spanish Florida would be granted freedom, provided he joined the militia and became a Catholic. This edict became one of the New World's earliest emancipation proclamations. So again, looking through this, are you going to connect with the slave term? Are you connecting with the African term? Are you connecting with the black term? Because all of these are putting you at a minority status, are putting you at the bottom of the barrel. So if you want to connect with that, go ahead, be your choice. But again, as we stated earlier, none of our lineages connect with African, slave, or any word is black. All of ours go to specific tribes, specific nations, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and so forth and so on. But I'll let you all kind of go ahead and build off of that, either Chief Quietwater or Alligator.
Yeah, I think that is just really doing the homework and doing the homework of your immediate family. Like I said before in the beginning, you don't have to go too far back. Not saying that, you may have people who came from other areas of the world, but I think just really going literally back maybe 2 generations to know that your family probably wasn't a slave.
Any man can become a super stiff stallion in bed with the drive and stamina to go all night.
Yeah, the commercial. Wow.
Yeah, that's for some of these brothers. I mean, brothers who got erectile dysfunction and shit. But understand this too, right? And this is what I'm seeing from a lot of people, right? A lot of people saying it's just family, right? It is just family at this point of view. Now that you got brothers and sisters who then came out and told you that you was already here. If you do your genealogy and think that you're African American, you are, even if you find there's people in the Indians and you find out your people was slave, you're going to still equate back to what we was talking about first, superior inferiority, and you're going to think your ancestors still came here from Africa and they still slave. You have to know some history that Negroes was already in America. You have to know that. You have to know that. And you know, there's a lot of different individuals who put that knowledge out there. I happen to be one of them, right? But for the most part, without the history, you gonna look at your genealogy, and I hear a lot of people saying that some people maybe they did, but a lot of people need the history to go with their genealogy. Let me see, what you guys think, regardless, and you guys in the chat room, right? Do you need your genealogy? Do you need your genealogy to know that you're an Indian without the history? Or do you need both? Do you need the history and genealogy to understand? And not just their history, but the history where you did the critical thinking, right? That history where you did the critical thinking, right? You know, that history right there. You like, you can do your genealogy. You look on your genealogy, oh, you know, oh, my people wasn't no slaves, especially 2 generations. And I don't think the system method in that way by saying like two generations, making it seem like it was just like 2 generations for me is shit. That's 2,000. A generation is what? A decade? How many years is a generation? Somebody in the chat room. Do anybody know? Do anybody know how many generations, how many years in a generation? 20? 10 years. Okay, all right. So 10 to 20, right? So you 2 generations is fucking 2,000. You gotta go back. You gotta go back before the 1900s, man. You gotta solidify that on both sides of your family, man. Not just the maternal lineage. You need to do it on the maternal and the paternal lineage. Because a lot of people is not doing the paternal lineage, and you find out everybody on the paternal lineage is all Indians. The same thing you may have on a maternal lineage. So you need to do both of them because both of them are it's very imperative that you do both. Don't let nobody tell you just to do the mother side. I know that the mother, you come from the mother, but also you have a grandmother on your father's side. You have a great grandmother on your father's side. You have a grandmother on your mother's side, great grandmother. Them are all women too. So it's like, as as you go back further, you can solidify the fact that your people already was here. So at least back to the early 1900s, I mean to the 1900s, or as far as the late 1800s, right? Or mid 1800s, if you could find that. I mean, I was able to go back to like the 1700s. So it's like, it's only how much of your due diligence and energy that you put into finding out who your ancestors is, as far as well as getting in touch with them. So, you know, you definitely need to know both of them, right? You definitely need to know history, because if it wasn't for a lot of brothers and sisters that's putting the information out there now, a lot of people would not be coming up with them conclusions, because you know what? They probably did their genealogy before and probably just took a mental note of it. And now that we're coming out saying it, they going back and be like, oh shit, I did see Indian on my grandmother, what's the name? Well, I did see Indian on my father's side, and I did remember people would say now people starting to they're starting to resonate with the information because the information is helping them understand their genealogy. Without information, you're not going to understand your genealogy. And you got a lot of people saying this shit, and I don't see how. I don't see how because of the stories that been told about us coming over here on slave ships or whatever. And then some people will double down and say, well, some of my people was born here on slave ship, but then some of my people are Indians, and not knowing that that ain't right and exact neither. So, good luck with everybody out there doing their genealogy for those that
I'm
already.
out of here, A1, about to start this thing up. This was a fire ass show, man. Make sure y'all support my brother, man. His cash app is on the screen, man. He just put in 4 hours. Fire.
No doubt, no
Support
doubt.
the brother, man. Shout out to that. See y'all on the other side.
And I'm gonna drop the channel. I'm gonna drop the video in the link. So if you guys want to check the video out, you could check it out. But definitely, man, it's been a beautiful time, man, doing the build with the brothers and sisters, man. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Y'all already know I'm here for you guys. This ain't about no personality contest. This ain't about, how dipped up I am or, any of that shit, right? It's about the people and it's about you guys understanding that we've been duped, we've been deceived purposely. So once you come to that consensus and you understand that, then you can understand why, because a lot of us is in confusion and we ask that question, why? Why? Like even when you come to this shit, like, why I don't understand this, or you stuck, or you at a point to where, you're in confusion, or it's vague, or the information is becoming ambiguous. But just know you got brothers like me and brothers and sisters in the chat room that also teach um the information and the history. So definitely stay astute, keep learning, keep evolving, and keep preparing yourself and arming yourself with this information that you're gonna need, because a lot of people will try to make will try to lampoon you or try to make a mockery or try to clown you with this conversation that we was already in America. So with that being said, Pan-Africanism, DNA is pseudoscience, Aboriginal Strike Back, once again, part 2. This your brother, Ahanu Kiel, a.k.a. A1, a.k.a. Tonsis One. Peace to the Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Peace.